It's Downbeat.
Ah, yes, man, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. You know, once in a while, a gang of musicians get together for a bit of noodling, which sometimes develops into something great. The opener today demonstrates just that. We'll hear some jive talk about nothing in particular, along with some very fine jazz dreamed up by a bunch of well-known cats around town. We'll say no more because this one is for musicians only.
How do you do, fellas? I should like very much to introduce some new theories on the ultra-modern jazz music of today. Metaphysically speaking, you know, the basic principle of all music, especially jazz, is rhythm. For instance, I should like to make an example of my drummer, Johnny Peanut Butter. And then, of course, we have on bass, Howard Dill Pickle. And then on trombone, we have Johnny Scarveldabbus. And then on tenor, we have myself, Richard Scotch and Soda. And then on the clarinet, we have Johnny Lettuce and Tomato. On the piano, we have Ethel Sweet. And on guitar, we have Pinky Tripmile. And last on the trumpet, we have Alfred Tweedsuit.
Now, do you listen here, boys? What are you doing there playing all that bad jive? Don't you know the boys want to hear some blues? Come on, boys. Get a little 4-bar piano intro, and we go ahead. Ready? 1, 2.
Well, fellas, I'm afraid I've rather been under a misapprehension. I do rather prefer the last part of the jazz to the introduction. Wouldn't you take it? Thank you very much.
Well, in spite of what you may have heard, the men on that date were led by Bud Freeman, who supplied the Milton Cross commentary. Introducing Yank Lawson on trumpet, Bill Mustard on trombone, Pino Taco clarinet, Buddy Weed at the keys, Carmen mastering guitar, Trigger Alpert behind the bass, Ray McKinley beating the skins. For musicians only. Ella Fitzgerald moves in now, singing a favorite of many seasons ago. I'll always be in love with you.
Sweetheart, if you should stray a million miles away, I'll always be in love with you. And though you find more bliss in someone else's kiss, I'll always be in love with you. I can't do any more. I tried so hard to please.
John Mealy, the photographer who shot the film Jammin' the Blues, gets the title line on this next and last tune of the day. With Mary Lou Williams at the piano, Remo Palmieri guitar, Specs Powell on the skins, Al Hall on the bass, forming the rhythm section, Charlie Shavers and Trummy Young bring us some ringing brass on John Mealy Jam Session. Well, we hate to back the music off, but time has gone by and the clock says, here's your toupee. So this is Gene Norman taking my hat, hurrying off to prepare some more fine records for next Downbeat time. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. It's Downbeat. Yes, man, it's Downbeat. And this is Gene Norman with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. While looking at the list of great jazz for today, it's the Paul Barron Band backing Ernie Caceras on clarinet for #1 spot, followed by Miss Billie Holiday, First Lady of Song, accompanied by an all-star group of jazzmen, and a fast and mad curtain spot for Count Basie. Ah, yes, this is fine music for today. Downbeat also sends you the best of yesterday, today, and tomorrow in jazz. Ernie Caceras, one of the clarinet greats, brings his fine artistry and ebony to our first turntable with Paul Barron and the band giving the beat to the old Don Redman tune of many years ago. It's called Cherry. Billie Holiday takes the spotlight stage center now with an all-star group of jazzmen bringing the background of blues to I Love My Man.
I love my man. I'm alive if I say I don't. I love my man. I'm alive if I say I don't. But I'll quit my man. I'm alive if I say I won't. I've been your slave, baby, ever since I've been your babe. I've been your slave ever since I've been your babe. But before I'll be your dog, I'll see you in your grave. My man wouldn't give me no breakfast, wouldn't give me no dinner. Squawked about my supper, then he put me outdoors. Had the nerve to lay a matchbox on my clothes. I didn't have so many, but I had a long, long ways to go. I ain't good looking, and my hair ain't curled. I ain't good looking, and my hair ain't curled.
I want to say that.
But my mother, she give me something. It's gonna carry me through this world. Some men like me 'cause I'm happy. Some 'cause I'm snappy. Some call me honey, others think I've got money. Some say, Billy, baby, you're built for speed. Now, if you put that all together, makes me everything a good man needs.
Well, you've probably recognized the men filling the background of Billie's Blues. Louis Armstrong, Roy Eldridge on trumpets, Coleman Hawkins on tenor sax, Barney McGard clarinet, Jack Teagarden on tram, Art Tatum on the keys. Big Sid Catlett was on drums with Al Casey strumming guitar, Oscar Pettiford picking the bass. Yes, Miss Billie Holiday singing the blues. Here's the good Count Basie at his finest and maddest, too. Recorded back in 1939 when the men were all together, the good Count at the piano sparked one of the greatest groups of jazz in history. Let's listen to The World is Mad. Yes, indeed. Count Basie writing out our downbeat on some mad riffs and great solos. You've been listening to Downbeat, a quarter hour of the best in jazz. And this is Gene Norman reminding you that when you want the finest, just say to yourself, this is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's Downbeat.
Yes, man, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. Today's quarter of grade A grooving is handled by a wonderful group of jazzmen who, at different times, of course, wandered into a recording studio and worked out these fine sounds. First, a side featuring Earl Father Hines, followed by some bottom blues by James P. Johnson. The last 4 minutes turned over to a battle of saxophones. Yes, man, it's Downbeat, which means everything fine and good in jazz. This record was assigned to Cozy Cole and his All-Stars, which meant that Cozy would stay at the drums, give us fine beat for Coleman Hawkins on tenor, Trummy Young on trombone, Joe Thomas trumpet, Billy Taylor bass, Teddy Walters guitar, and showcasing the trumpet piano style of Earl Father Hines on Father Cooperates. In memory of the greatest of all blues singers, James P. Johnson, who used to accompany Bessie Smith, plays this blues. Backwater was composed by Bessie when she saw the Mississippi spill over the levee down in Louisiana and flood back into the bottomlands. For the sufferings of her people when the backwaters would come, she sang the blackest of all blues. James P. Johnson, the Dean of Harlem Pianists, remembered Bessie's song and how he used to play for her. Like this. Harry Lim, the astute authority of jazz from the Dutch East Indies, has supervised many great jazz recordings. This one, put on the master May 24th, 1944, reveals the talents of Coleman, Hawkins, and Don Byas, tenors, Tab Smith, alto, Harry Carney, baritone, Sid Catlett, drums, Johnny Guarnieri, piano, and Al Lucas, bass. It's a great battle of saxes on Louise. And there's the clock on the wall pointing to the end of another session. This is Gene Norman reminding you that when you listen to Downbeat, you listen to the best jazz of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. It's Downbeat. Ah, yes, ma'am, it's Downbeat. And this is Gene Norman with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. We'll be listening to three great and lasting records played for us by master jazzmen, assembled for waxing their individual talents. Charlie Shaver is spotlighted on the first side. Meade Lux Lewis reveals his force and drive in one of their most famous blues. And then another pianist, the first great influence in piano jazz, Earl Father Hines, steps out with a favorite evergreen. These are three of the best in the next 15 minutes of Downbeat. Charlie Shavers, the trumpet man recently featured with the Tommy Dorsey crew, moves in on this first record, considered by many to be one of the best of the 1944 output. Balanced for the background and for some tasty solos are Earl Hines, piano, Tab Smith, alto, Joe Jones, drums, Al Lucas, bass. Listen to the clear horn of Charlie Shavers in Mountain Air. Jimmy Yancey's pride, the Kansas City and Chicago blues pianist, Meat Lux Lewis, takes us back along the line to the house rent parties of Chicago's South Side, to the little smoky walk-up honky-tonks of the late 20s, and back along the years when the echo of a train and the rhythm of a train meant moving on to better living. The honky-tonk train blues. Father Hines shows up again this downbeat on the flip side of Mountain Air. Again with Charlie Shaver's quintet, the rhythmic, invigorating piano of the father is featured on a tune he made famous many years ago called Rosetta. Charlie Shaver's, Meade Lux Lewis, and Earl Hines brought together for these 15 minutes devoted to the jazz masters. Until next downbeat time, this is Gene Norman reminding you that this is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. Downbeat. Ah, yes, men, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. 3 of the best today for your edification and entertainment, picked out from our file of 12-inch items. The turntables are standing by with Chu Berry and his jazz ensemble, Mary Lou Williams with some fine piano, and Eddie Haywood and his orchestra. Well, that's the cue for you to relax and let the music fly. This is Downbeat. Nothing but the best jazz of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Showcasing the expert musicianship of the late Chu Berry, this side was put on the master back in 1939 and featured also the horn of Orrin Hotlips Page and some typical Lips vocalizing. The late Clyde Hart sat in front of the piano, Al Casey played guitar, Al Morgan backed up with the bass, and the beat from the drums was by Harry Yeager. Chu Berry and his great tenor sax caressing the notes of, "Gee, baby, ain't I good to you?" Williams, who came out of Dallas, Texas with Andy Kirk's Clouds of Joy, stopped by Kansas City for a while, and then into the big time in New York with her own small group. Mary Lou steps out for a solo spot with this tasty boogie on St. Louis Blues. And here's Eddie Haywood and his great little orchestra. Eddie on the keys, Doc Cheatham trumpet, Lem Davis alto sax, Vic Dickinson trombone, Al Lucas bass, Jack Parker drums. This is their very great record of 1944, a quiet arrangement of the Johnny Green tune of many years ago called I Cover the Waterfront. You've been listening to three of the very best on this edition of Downbeat, with Chu Berry's ensemble, Mary Lou Williams piano, and Eddie Hayward's little band providing the kicks. And this is Gene Norman closing up shop for today with This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
It's Downbeat.
Ah, yes, men, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. Some of the greatest jazzmen are assembled on record today to give out with their unique talents. Looking over the list, we find, heading the parade, the Chocolate Dandies. Then comes a jam session at Commodore, and the curtain spot goes to the Edmund Hall Sextet. A beautiful list for those who like their music strictly top drawer. So take it easy for the next 15 and listen to the best jazz of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Out of McKinney's Cotton Pickers of 1928 and the Fletcher Henderson Band of 1930, the original Chocolate Dandies were formed. This new group, under the same name, presents a slightly different personnel, but still the same peerless jazz. With Coleman Hawkins on tenor, Roy Eldridge trumpet, Benny Carter piano, Bernard Addison guitar, Johnny Kirby bass, Big Sid Catlett on drums. This is a dandy by the Dandies of 1940 in I Surrender, Dear. Jackson T. Gordon on trombone, Bud Freeman on tenor, Pee Wee Russell clarinet, Jess Stacy piano, Bobby Hackett cornet, Eddie Condon guitar, George Wetling drums, Artie Shapiro bass. Well, those are the names on the label of this next record. And furthermore, we find this reunion by a bunch of Chicago boys from the old days 10 years later, knocking down a jam session at Commodore with Embraceable You. Cafe Society uptown, Cafe Society downtown. These were havens before the war for idle jazzmen. In these establishments, the best men in town were gathered, and the small combos generally turned out mighty fine work, as witness this record by Edmund Hall. Edmund on clarinet, Emmett Berry trumpet, Vic Dickinson trombone, Eddie Hayward piano, Billy Taylor bass, Big Sid Catlett drums. This was the group featured on the Downtown Cafe Boogie. New York pre-war music today on Downbeat, a gathering of the client from all points of the country for some distinguished jazz. Well, until we roll around with our usual fine array of talent again, this is Gene Norman taking the cue from the engineer who watches the clock, saying, "This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education." It's Downbeat. Yes, man, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. We move into the record room today for some browsing around the shelves loaded with anything and everything good in jazz. One of the best Artie Shaw big band records comes down from the third shelf up, while we hold another record in our hand from the New Orleans bin, played by a group of men from the Crescent City, headed by the old-time clarinetist, George Lewis. Yes, we're headed for 15 minutes of the best of yesterday, today, and tomorrow on Downbeat. Two sides by the big band of Artie Shaw playing the blues, with the gutty vocal of Orrin Hot Lips Page and his fine trumpet, the great emotional clarinet of Artie Shaw. Here is 6 minutes of St. James Infirmary.
Down to St. James Infirmary, I saw my baby there, stretched out on a long white table, so cold, so sweet, so fair. Let her go, God bless her, wherever she may be. She can look this wide world over, she'll never find another sweet man like me. Though she treated me mean and low down, somehow I didn't care. For the Lord knows she was a good girl, and I'll see her again up there. Now when I die, I want you to bury me in Edmund Clapsheet, a box-back suit and a Stetson hat. Put a $20 gold piece on my watch chain, so so the boys will know I died standing pat.
The old funeral processions of New Orleans, back before World War I, always featured the traditional hymns while the march moved back at town to the graveyard. Here's a record reviving the spirit of those olden days with George Lewis and his New Orleans Stompers. Famous old names from the Delta City on this side with Avery Kid Howard on trumpet, Jim Robinson trombone, Lawrence Morero banjo, Edgar Mosley drums, and Chester Sawdust on bass. We move out now with the procession as the band plays the traditional Just a Closer Walk with Thee. last flip on the record continues the funeral march up Rampart Street past Congo Square and the last musical rites for a fellow lodge member. The Stompers said, "Just a little while to stay here." And while the procession moves on, we hasten in to bring down the curtain on another period of Downbeat. This is Gene Norman reminding you that when you listen to Downbeat, you listen to the best jazz of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Here it is, men. It's Downbeat. Yes, men, it's Downbeat, the show that brings you America's greatest orchestras and their leaders. Today we have on the old bandstand one of the really fine bands of the land, headed by the man who made Tchaikovsky famous, Freddy Martin. Here he is now, Freddy Martin in person.
Hiya, fellas. And say, I want to take exception to that statement of yours, Harfield. Tchaikovsky was a very famous man before I was even born.
Oh, but you can't deny that you made him famous as a composer of popular songs.
Well, we did take some of his classical compositions and those of a few other long-hair songwriters and work them up into a modern treatment that the public seemed to like.
That's putting it mildly. But right now, Freddy, suppose we have a little music from the pen of one of our crew-cut composers, something like Lily Bell?
Then Lily Bell it is.
innocence as fresh as autumn rain when summer is through. Lily Bell, would you like a sunbeam on a rainy day? You can catch a sunbeam doo-doo-doo when she smiles your way. Who's got all the leaves aflutter so they're ready to fall? Lily Bell. Birdies take one look at her and stop their singing to call. My, you're swell. Oh, and incidentally, there's one more thing to tell. If your eyes are open and you think you're seeing a dream, it's Lily Bell.
Neat, Freddy, and I know the guys listening in liked it.
Well, I sure hope they did.
And now we want to know something about you personally. How you worked up to where you are now in the orchestra world.
Well, I started out leading my first band in a small hotel in, of all places, Brooklyn. Now I'm playing at the Coconut Grove of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. I guess that takes care of what you wanted to know.
Well, that's the first jet propulsion interview we've had on this show. No, Freddy, I'm afraid that was a bit too fast. We want a few more details.
Well, they'll have to wait until after this next number, then, which is a very beautiful selection entitled Poinciana.
Now for a few questions. I want to go back before that period of your first engagement as an orchestra leader. Where was your home when you were a boy?
Springfield, Ohio, at the Knights of Pythias Orphanage Home.
You mean you were an orphan, Freddy?
That's right. And one of the biggest kicks I ever got in my life is when I went back there to my home with my band and played a concert for them.
Oh, gee, that must have been a real inspiration for them.
Well, I hope it was, and at any rate, they seemed to enjoy the whole show.
I'll bet they did. And right now, we'd enjoy hearing another number by the Freddie Martin Orchestra. How about it?
Well, here's a little novelty entitled, There Must Be Someone for Me.
When you left the orphanage, did you go right into the music world?
No, I didn't. I took a job in a grocery store. There was still a matter of extra schooling I needed, so I took my stand with the turnips and carrots and corn.
And those turnips and carrots and corn make such beautiful music together.
Well, I'm afraid they didn't do too much to inspire my musical career. But after that, I took a job selling musical instruments. I sold myself, too. After beating the pavement all day with a saxophone tucked under my arm, I'd go home at night and tootle away in my room. Objections from the other roomers notwithstanding.
Well, how did you break into the business as a musician?
Well, when Guy and Carmen Lombardo came to Cleveland, I went around to try to peddle them some of my instruments. While I was waiting, I decided to kill time by puffing out a little tune on my sax, or rather the music store sax.
Well, what happened then?
Well, the boys heard me, and they rather liked the way I played, and so I told them that I had a little band in high school. And it so happened that at the time, they were looking for a band to take their place for a period of 3 days while they went up to play college prom at the University of Michigan. I auditioned for them. They liked the band, hired me for 3 days, and that got us started and gave me a lot of encouragement, too.
Gee, that's a real success story, Freddy. Now how about playing one of your all-time popular arrangements? You know, the famous one of the Warsaw Concerto. really great. Well, men, that wraps it up for today. We've had as our guest on Downbeat for this session, Freddie Martin and his famous orchestra.
Well, I enjoyed the session tremendously and hope that you fellows liked our music.
Speaking for all the guys listening in, we did. And hope you'll return again soon.
That we will, so long, everybody.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Here it is, men. It's Downbeat. Yes, men, it's Downbeat time again, and today the old bandstand is all set for the full, rich style of dance music as purveyed by Freddie Martin and his orchestra. Come on in, Freddie, and say hello to the gang.
Hi, you fellas. Well, if it's music you want, how would you like to hear our new arrangement of Rosemary?
Well, we wanted a few words with you, but they can certainly wait until after that first number. So, right now, music, maestro, please.
I walk with Rosemary, Rosemary mine. I find I lose all track of time when I'm with Rosemary, with Rosemary. It's always June and January. Everyone can tell we love each other. Her dad thinks it's swell and winks at her kid brother. Mother knows that I'll propose to Rosemary, Rosemary mine.
That was Rosemary, all wrapped up in the Freddie Martin smooth style of dancipation. Now to the leader himself. Freddie, have you always played the saxophone?
Well, not at first, Harfield. I started out on drums. I grew up at an orphan home in Springfield, Ohio, and one day the bandmaster of the institution heard me beating a tattoo on a chair with a couple of sticks.
He thought you had musical talent, so he trained you to play the drums in the band.
Say, you've been reading my publicity material.
Well, confession is good for the soul. Yes, Mr. Martin, I have. And some more of that Martin music would be good for the soul about now.
Well, the following request is granted for the announcer's soul. Stars in my eyes.
while my battered soul is in such a receptive condition, I'd like to make another request.
Well, you name it, we'll play it.
Artie Wayne to sing that beautiful number, And There You Are. You've come a long way since beating on a chair in an orphanage, Freddy. What are some of the spots you've played?
Oh, I've played a lot of different places, even as far away as Paris, France, and Helsingfors, Finland, in other men's orchestras. But I finally organized my own band and opened at the Bossard Hotel in Brooklyn.
An auspicious start.
Well, it was a big one for me. But since then, I've played at the Waldorf Astoria in New York, the Aragon, the Palmer House, Edgewater Beach in Chicago, and a lot of others. Right now I'm at the Coconut Grove of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles and hope to stay there for some time.
Well, you have quite a reputation for sticking, Freddy. If I recall correctly, you remained at the Aragon in Chicago for 3 years.
That's right. But if this stopwatch is right, we can't remain around here at Downbeat Hall much longer.
It is about time for the closer, I guess. What'll it be?
Well, one of Franz Liszt's compositions in modern dress. The Second Hungarian Rhapsody.
Wonderful. Let's hear it. A great arrangement, Freddy, and a great band, too.
Well, thank you. It's been a pleasure being with you today, men.
And a pleasure having you. Occupying the bandstand on Downbeat today have been Freddie Martin and his orchestra. Thanks for coming over, Freddie.
So long, fellas.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Downbeat. Yes, man, it's Downbeat. And this is Alex Cooper, the Mad Bunk, with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. Let's take a look at the turntables now and see just what we have lined up for this session of the best of the best. Let's see. Here's Eddie Condon and his Windy City 7 with some fine trombone work from Mr. T. Then Fats Waller messes round a bit. Count Basie with his All-American Rhythm section is spotlighted on the third side. And the Charlie Parker Septet takes over then with a fine example of a contemporary American jazz. For the best on Downbeat. Let's move it off with a little Chicago jazz, the kind that Eddie Condon and the Windy City 7 play. Jackson Teagarden's there with his trombone. Bud Freeman has brought along his tenor sax. There's Pee Wee Russell on clarinet. Bobby Hackett on trumpet. Jess Stacy on the 88s and George Wetling on the skins. Artie Shapiro on bass and Eddie Condon on guitar go to make up a mellow version of Meet Me Tonight in Dreamland. Fats Waller, the Harlem minister's son, takes over the solo spotlight. Waller's sparkling keyboard talent has given spice to many a platter. His classical training never gets in the way of his swing, and this next side is a Waller original. Played as only Fats can play it, The Viper's Drag. The immortal Fats Waller and his piano latching on to the Viper's Drag. Another fine piano man and Walter disciple, Count Bill Basie, comes up on the next side. We'll also hear from Buck Clayton on trumpet, Don Bias on tenor sax. It's a 1941 opus with the All-American Rhythm section. That's Walter Page, Freddie Green, and Joe Jones. All showing the way to the Cafe Society Blues. Time now for a bit of timely American jazz, some of that stuff they call bebop. Charlie Yardbird Parker, that great alto sax man, leads Lucky Thompson on tenor, Miles Davis on trumpet, Dota Marmarosa piano, Vic McMillan bass, Roy Porter drums, and Art Garrison electric guitar through the measures of a jazz classic called Ornithology. Charlie Parker showing the way to his septet and ornithology. And that's just about it for this session, kiddies. This is the old Mad Monk himself, Alex Cooper, reminding you that only the best jazz is fun on Downbeat. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. Downbeat. Yes, men, it's Downbeat. And this is Alex Cooper and Mad Bunk with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. We'll be listening to three great and lasting platters today, played by some of the top jazzmen of the last decade. The opening spot falls on Miff Mole and his Nixieland thing. Then Sidney Bechet takes over and leads his Blue Note Jazzmen to the measures of an old W.C. Handy favorite. The final 3 minutes will be devoted to the modernistic school, as Dizzy Gillespie shows the way to a fine collection of bebop boys. Three of the best on the next 15 of Downbeat. We've had a couple of letters lately asking us to cut down on the chatter and spin more platters. So we're going to try an experiment. We're going to send 3 sides your way, 3 sides without interruption. Let us know how you like this, huh? First off, there's Miff Mole, Bobby Hackett, Pee Wee Russell, Ernie Caceras, Eddie Condon, Gene Schroeder, Bob Casey, Joe Grosso. Give us 4 minutes of Peg of My Heart. Sidney Bechet and his Blue Note Jazzmen follow through with the old familiar St. Louis Blues. Then those frantic cats, the Tempo Jazzmen, join Dizzy Gillespie on When I Grow Too Old To. Well, that's it, kids. So let's get underway with 15 minutes of uninterrupted jazz.
Pretty mama, say when I go, you all do drink. Your love will live in my heart. Kiss me once, kiss me twice, kiss me nice. Never let us part. Say when I go to all to drink, your love will live in my heart. How'd you like that, lads? 3 jazz old-timers played without any interruption from yours truly. A medley which included Take On My Heart by Mick Mole and his Nixieland Band, St. Louis Blues is played by Sidney Machet and his Blue Note Jazzmen, and lastly, the slightly solid bebop version of When I Grow Too Old To. I might add that the vocal chorus on the last side is listed as By the 3 Angels. You sure could have fooled me. Well, that's about it for this session, fellas. This is Alex Cooper, the old Mad Monk, reminding you that only the best jazz of yesterday, today, and tomorrow is heard on Downbeat. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
From the United States to you fighting men of the United Nations, the Special Service Division of the War Department presents Downbeat. Men, it's another session of Downbeat, another bandstand visit with a famous leader and his orchestra. This time with the guests of that obliging fellow, Jimmy Dorsey. Yes, sir. The world's greatest saxophonist, Jimmy Dorsey, is right here in person with the numbers you've requested from his own album of contrasting music. And now, without more ado, a greeting from our musical top kick.
Thank you, Private Alan Hewitt, and hello, man. And I add greetings from Bob Eberly, Billy Pritchard, and the pretty gal with the band, Kitty Callan. To start our serving of the kind of music you've asked for, we give you our arrangement of It's Only a Paper Moon.
Swell start, a sweet start, Jimmy. And I'll bet you're ready to contrast that with a tune by one of your boys.
Well, Bob Eberly is angling for a solo, but Billy Pritchard's mitt was up too. So we'll detail Billy a little later on and let Bob do a solo flight through As Time Goes By.
Remember this, a kiss is still a kiss, a sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you, on that you can rely. No matter what the future brings as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs never out of date, hearts full of passion, jealousy and hate. Woman needs man, and man must have his mate, that no one can deny. It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. The world will always welcome lovers as time story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. The world will always welcome lovers as time goes by.
Jimmy, that song reminds me that as time goes by, your birthdays don't add up to anything. At least, you're not the youngster the birthdays you've had seem to make you.
Sound off. Elucidate.
Well, the answer, the solution, and what makes sense out of this wacky conversation is the little-known tidbit about your birthday being February 29th.
That's the day, all right. I'm one of those unlucky guys that have a birthday only every 4 years. I certainly miss out on a lot of birthday stuff that way.
Oh, you said it. Now, Jimmy, how about a request tune for some of the men in Alaska? They're missing stuff, too, apparently. For their musical desire is You Can't Get Stuff in Your Cup.
Gladly. And it's time for Billy Pritchard to get his fatigue detailed.
Well, Uncle Sam says they gotta go. And when he said, that's all, Jack, that's all, don't you know? Still, there's one thing you don't have to worry about, whatever else is on your mind. When you hang your trousers up, this is what you'll find. Boy, can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. 'Cause you got no cups to get stuff in. Can't get a crease in your pleats. Can't get a crease in your pleats. Can't get a crease in your pleats. 'Cause you got no pleats to get a crease in. No more suits, no more repleats, no more nothing. Right soon it's gonna be not much meat and little mutton. Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. 'Cause you got no cups to get stuff in.
There's a harbor of dreamboats. Bob Eberly returns for the vocal.
There's a harbor of dreamboats anchored on Moonlight Bay, anchored because their skipper went away. There are millions of sweethearts waiting along the shore, waiting to see their dreamboat sail once more. With a prayer in each heart and their eyes on the distant horizon, they keep looking for that rainbow in the sky. There's a harbor of dreamboats anchored on Moonlight Bay, waiting to sail again some sunny day.
And their eyes on the distant horizon, they keep looking for that rainbow in the sky. There's a harbor of dreamboats anchored on Moonlight Bay, waiting to sail again some sunny day.
Say, Jimmy, isn't it about time for that number by Pretty Kitty Callan?
Yes, it certainly is. And the number is one requested by many of you fighting men in Australia. Kitty Callan greets you all by singing, as we play, Taking a Chance on Love.
On love.
Thanks, Kitty. That was swell. And I know it went over big. Jimmy, I'm sure all the men listening will agree the band is performing in excellent style. Style in music is like style in a girl's clothes, always changing. How much attention do you give to style changes in the band?
Well, I suppose that the style of our playing is gradually changing, but we don't do it deliberately. Of course, whenever we add to the band or change the combination of instruments, our style changes somewhat. But judge for yourself. Here are two numbers. The first, Turn Right, is exactly as we played it a year ago. The second, a very popular current tune, You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To, is typical of our band today.
Bob Everly and Kitty Callan imagine an ocean between them and sing You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To.
You'd be so nice to come home to. You'd be so nice by the fire, while the breeze on high sang a lullaby. You'd be all that I could desire. Under stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above, you'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to and love.
a breeze on high sang a lullaby, you'd be all that I can desire. Under stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above, you'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to and love.
Well, Private Hewitt, I believe that answers your question. We don't try to meet every fad in music that comes along. We do our best to give the boys and the girls the kind of music they want, played the way they want it. Tell me, do we have time for another number?
Oh, I think so, Jimmy. What tune do you have in mind?
I think the men might like our arrangement of Moonlight on the Ganges.
Fine. So, for what the time allows, it's Moonlight on the Ganges. Thank you, Jimmy Dorsey. If you men have any request numbers you'd like to hear on future sessions of Downbeat, address them to Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. All the address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA.
Well, men, until the next time, goodbye for a while. We've enjoyed this visit immensely.
That was the man with the greatest sax in the land, Jimmy Dorsey. Downbeat will parade another famous band your way before very long, so keep listening for us. Downbeat is prepared for you men in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
From the United States to you fighting men of the United Nations, the Special Service Division of the War Department presents Downbeat. Yes, sir, another downbeat. And this time we got just the guy who can beat it down. The man with the torrid trumpet, Louis Armstrong, and all his lads. The songs you like to hear the way you like to hear them. And if you need any proof, just listen while Louis and his lads haul off with that swell old favorite, Coquette.
Tell me, why you keep fooling little Coquette, making fun of the one who loves you, breaking hearts that are ruling little Coquette, true heart tenderly dreaming of you. Someday you fall in love as I fell in love with you. Maybe the one you love will just be fooling, and when you all alone will only regret. You know little Coquette loves you.
Was fine, Louis, fine.
Thank you, Dick Joy. It's always a pleasure to play for our fighting men overseas.
Say, touring all over the country like you do, you must play for audiences of every kind.
That's right, Dick. And the audience I get the biggest kick out of watching are those jitterbugs.
Well, how would you describe a jitterbug, all the soldiers listening?
Well, I guess they would understand me best if I'd said they're a sort of human jeep.
Well, I always wanted to know about jitterbugs, Louis, so let's stay on that topic and get to the root of the zoot. How can you tell a real zoot character?
Or you can spot them every time by the clothes they wear.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, man, they don't get dressed, they get camouflage.
They're the fellows who twirl those big keychains, aren't they?
I'll say they do. And at one dance, we had a lot of trouble with one of those guys. He kept twirling a great big keychain until we finally had to quit playing.
You mean he annoyed you so much with the twirling?
Well, it wasn't that he annoyed us so much. In less than half an hour, he lassoed 4 of our men right off the bandstand.
The jitterbugs really dress funny at those dances, don't they?
Yeah. You should see how the legs on their pants taper down.
They really taper much?
Much. Man, from the knees down, they are adhesive tape.
Those lads in the zoot suits must be quite a sight.
Yeah, and you should have seen how they all laughed at one guy because the length of his lapel on his jacket.
Why should they laugh? They all have long lapels, don't they?
Yeah, but nobody else had theirs tied in a bow behind their head.
Well, okay. Now, how about playing something that would make real hepcats out of all the men listening?
Yes, sir. I got just the thing. Coming right up with I Got a Gal in Kalamazoo. Okay. 1, 2.
I got a gal in Kalamazoo. Don't want to boast, but I know she's the toast of Kalamazoo. How time fly and how she grew. I like her looks when I carry the books in the Kalamazoo. I'm gonna send wire, I'm on fire. I'm leaving today. Am I dreaming? I can hear screaming. What you say, Mr. Saxmo? Oh, Kalamazo. What a gal. A real pepperoo. I'll make a bid for the freckle-faced kid I'm hurrying to. Going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo.
Thank you, Louie. That was really Kalamazoo. And now I'd like to make a little room at this microphone for a gal who sang for Louis Armstrong a little while back and who's just returned to his band because of popular demand. Ann Baker.
Thank you, Dick Joy. Hiya, fellas.
Well, tell me, Ann Baker, what's cooking?
How come you ask me what's cooking?
Well, who should know what's cooking better than a baker? Oh. But right about here, I'm sure our fighting men overseas would like me to stop with the words and have you start with the music.
Well, I'd like to sing Slender, Tender, and Tall. Is that okay, Louis?
Fine. But tell me, is that how you gals really like your men? Slender, tender, and tall?
Yeah, that's how we like 'em. But how do we get 'em? Shaky, shabby, and short.
Okay, the music, Louis.
Whenever I go to a dance, you'll never see me taking a chance. I get a kick 'cause the men that I pick are slender, tender, and tall. They come at my beck and call. They give me no trouble at all. I get a kick 'cause the men that I pick are slender, tender, and tall. The big fat daddies always tease, do everything but try to please. When I put my arms round the thin one, they're ready and willing to please. Those kind of dates don't stall. They give me no trouble at all. I get a kick 'cause the men that I pick are slender, tender, and tall. Now you take old Brother Bill, he was as solid as a pill. He was all right till he got tight, and he was slender, tender, and tall. Then comes Jackie June, he was as wrinkled as a prune. But he had class, and that ain't all. He was slender, tender, and tall. The big fat daddies with all their weight give me a lanky, skinny gait.
That's me, baby.
Not much muscle may be true, but that's all right, Jack, they will do. Those kind of dates don't stall. They give me no trouble at all. I get a kick 'cause the men that I pick are slender, tender, and tall. They gotta be slender, tender, and 6 feet tall.
That was really swell singing, Ann Baker. And now let's listen to Louie on the vocal as the band swings along with an old favorite you all know, Dear Old Southland.
Southland, I hear you calling me, and I long to be way back home in Tennessee. Oh dear, Papa do the Southland. Oh, Betty did and I long with Papa to the Southland. Oh, take me back to dear old Tennessee.
Was Dear Old Southland, played for you by Louis Armstrong. Say, tell me, Louis Armstrong, do you remember much about the Dear Old Southland?
Sure, Dick. I'll never forget when I was a kid back there. I was picking cotton one day, and I was arrested.
You were arrested for picking cotton? How come?
Well, seems I was picking it out of the warehouse.
Okay. Well, now, what comes next in your music book, Louis?
Well, Dick, what do we always find around the dear old Southland?
Well, now, let me see. Could it be a lazy river?
Yes, sir. Could be.
Up the lazy river with the noonday sun, laying in the shade of a kind old tree. Throw away your troubles, dreamer, dream of me, dreamer, dream of me. Up the lazy river where the robin song, two bright lights as we stroll along. Blue skies up above, the one I love. Up the lazy river, how happy we will be. Mama. Oh, up the lazy river, oh, you river, river, oh, you dog river. Look out that new Russell, beat it out on that piano, boy. Up the lazy river, oh, you river, you dog river,
That was swell, Louie.
Thank you, Dick. You know, I'm glad you liked the song we played about that lake.
The lake? But I thought that song was about a lazy river.
Well, man, that just goes to show you how lazy that river was.
Oh, me. Why does a great trumpet player have to become a bad comedian?
You tell me. You tell me.
Louie and his boys are back at work now with You Can't Get Stuff in Your Cuff. Now here comes Ann Baker with a lesson in logic. So listen closely while she enumerates the various reasons why it's completely ridiculous, why it's absolutely impossible, why you just can't get stuff in your cuff.
Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. 'Cause you got no cup to put the stuff in. Can't get a crease in your pleat. Can't get a crease in your pleat. Can't get a crease in your pleat. 'Cause you got no pleat to put the crease in. No more suit, no more reed pleat, baby, no more nothing. Soon there's gonna be not much meat and little mutton. Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. 'Cause you got no cup to put the stuff in. Hey, George. Oh, George. What you want, Ann? Come on down here with me. I know you're a zoot papa, but with me you must agree. Can't get stuff in your cup.
No?
Can't get stuff in your cup.
So?
Can't get stuff in your cup.
Why?
'Cause you got no cup to put the stuff in.
You mean I can't get a crease in my pleat?
That's what I mean.
Are you sure I can't get a crease in my pleat?
I know you can.
Tell me, why can't I get a crease in my pleat?
You got no pleat to put the crease in.
No more zoot suits?
Right.
No more reed pleats? No more nothing?
No more nothing.
Dig you.
Soon there's gonna be not much meat and little mutton.
You kidding? Tomorrow's meatless day too.
Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. 'Cause you got no cup to put the stuff in. Don't huff and puff about your cup, 'cause there's not stuff enough for a cup. Without the stuff, you can't make no cup. So wear your pants with the edges rough. Got no stuff to put the cup in.
Thanks, Ann. That was swell stuffin' and cuffin'.
Say, Dick.
Yes, what is it, Louie?
With your permission, I'd like to do a little novelty number I wrote called Me and My Brother Bill.
Why, sure. But tell me, how come you included your brother Bill in writing that song?
Why? 'Cause my brother Bill is a great guy, 'cause he's a swell brother, 'cause I love him, and besides, it was his pen and ink.
Me and Brother Bill went hunting way in the eastern Maine. The reason why we went out there, we thought we could get some game. As we were hunting way in the middle of the night, we shot at something looked like a grizzly bear, and the doggone thing turned white. I said to my brother, come on and let's go home. He said, now if you're going to the house, you have to go alone. As we were hunting, commenced to bristle up high, I looked toward my house, and I didn't even say goodbye. I dropped that gun, and the way I run, Brother Bill said, boy, what's the matter with you? Had an own like me would run some too. I run so fast, I said, until they couldn't catch me all day. Now the way I run across that field, oh, you couldn't catch me with an automobile. Brother Bill got so excited, he commenced to shooting at me. I heard those bullets sizzling all among those trees. I was running so fast that night, my feet was dragging the ground. I heard little jaybird in the tree sing, he's Alabama bound. I passed right by my house, I didn't have time to knock. I passed right by a good crab game, I didn't have time to stop. I passed right by a gin mill, I stopped in to get a little gin, and I didn't have the dime to pay for it, and I had to start running again. I'm going home, I'm all alone. brother Bill said, boy, what's the matter with you? Had an old like me who'd run some too. I run so fast, he said, until they could catch me all day. Now the way I run across that field, oh, dizzy by so zip. Oh, you couldn't catch me. You couldn't catch me. No, you couldn't catch me without a
And now, Louis Armstrong, have you got something special to wrap up this package of Downbeat? You know, tie it up with a blue ribbon?
Yes, sir. We'd like to pound away right now on that old favorite that answers the question, why the chicken crossed the road. The sunny side of the street.
Well, now, just a minute here. Why should a chicken cross the road to get on the sunny side of the street?
Well, man, on that side, she can lay 'em and fry 'em at the same time.
Oh, well, make with the sunbeams, men.
Grab your coat, grab your hat, leave your worries on the doorstep. Just direct your feet on the sunny side of the street. Can't you hear that pitter-pat? The happy tune is your step. Life can be so sweet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shade with those blues and the red, but I'm not afraid. Roll on, crossed over. I never have a cent. I'll be rich as Rockefeller there. Gold to set my feet on the sunny side of the street. Grab your coat, grab your hat, leave your worries on the doorstep, baby. Just direct your feet on the sunny side of the street. Can't you hear that bit of pat? Oh, the happy tune is your step, baby. Life can be so sweet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shed, baby, with those blues on parade. Now, mama, I'm not afraid. I never ever said I'll be rich as Rockefeller. Gold to set my feet on the sunny side of the street. And now, fellas, for our next number.
Hold on there, Louie. It hurts me to do this, but that's all for now.
But we want to play.
And I want to sing.
Swell, and real soon you'll be doing just that on another edition of Downbeat. In the meantime, you fellas listening can make sure you hear your favorite tunes by sending your requests to Special Service, Los Angeles, USA.
So long for now, fellas, and here's swinging at you.
And fellas, that goes for me, too.
Thank you, Louis Armstrong and Ann Baker and all you lads in the band. Downbeat is prepared for you men in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Here it is, men. It's Downbeat, and starring Paul Weston.
That's what the man said. That's what he said. And this is yours truly, Paul Weston, being glad to be back on the old Downbeat show and wishing you and yours pleasant listening as the band and Johnny Mercer get off to a good start with Evelina.
Evelina, won't you ever take a shine to that moon? Evelina, ain't you bothered by the bobolink's tune? Tell me how long you're gonna keep delaying the day. Don't you reckon it's wrong, trifling with April this way? Evelina, won't you pay a little mind to me soon? Wake up, the earth is fair, the fruit is fine. But what's the use of smelling watermelon, clinging to another fella's vine? Evelina, won't you roll off that vine and be mine? Evelina, won't you pay a little mind to me soon? Wake up, the earth is fair, the fruit is fine. But what's the use of smelling watermelon, clinging to another fella's vine? Evelina, nothing finer on the vine in Carolina. Evelina, won't you roll off that vine and be mine?
That was number one on Downbeat's list of popularity for today, Evelina, starring Johnny Mercer at the vocals and in the not-too-distant background, Paul Weston. Fortunately, Paul is right here in the Downbeat bandbox today, and we're going to try to get him to give out with some information. How about it, Paul?
Personal?
None else. For instance, and to get you started, what was the first tune you ever arranged?
Let me see now. Oh, yes, it was for Joe Hames, a little thing called Pop Goes Your Heart, and Joe played it, as I remember, in New York's Hotel McAlpin. Then it seems Rudy Valley heard the band on the air, inquired about the arranger, and so I became affiliated, so to speak, with Mr. V. But enough of this. I'm sure the guys would be much more interested in what Joe Stafford has to offer. And here it is, On the Sunny Side of the Street.
Grab your coat and get your hat. Leave your worries on the doorstep. Just direct your feet to the sunny side of the street. Can't you hear that pitter-pat? And that happy tune is your step. Life can be so sweet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shade with those blues on parade, but I'm not afraid. This rover
Very neatly done, Miss Stafford and Paul Weston. Rushing back to the half-history part of your show, what happened after you finished, so to speak, with Rudy Valley?
Well, from Rudy, I went with Phil Harris, who had part of the Hames band by this time, and this lasted until 1936. Next step was to join T. Dorsey later in the same year. I was with the Sentimental Gentlemen until 1940.
That's a good run with a good guy. And after Mr. Dorsey had your services, I hear you hopped off to Bob Crosby, right?
Yes, that's true. I was the chief of the Bobcats arranging staff for about 2 years, in which time I scored a few movies and began handling Dinah Shore's record dates as well as conducting for her.
A very enviable position, to say the least.
Yes, you might say that was the job that mattered. Things got fairly busy after that. I somehow started to write for Ginny Simms, Fibber McGee's show, Johnny Mercer, and some Duffy's Tavern programs.
And so young, too. But now, and speaking of Johnny Mercer, would you care to divulge a little of that Weston stuff?
You mean with Johnny? Sure. Here he is, and he seems sort of happy. Says his dreams are getting better all the time.
Well, what do you know? She smiled at me in my dreams last night. My dreams are getting better all the time. And what do you know? She looked at me in a different light. My dreams are getting better all the time. To think that we were strangers a couple of nights ago. And though it's a dream, I never dreamed she'd ever say hello. Oh, maybe tonight I'll hold her tight when the moonbeams shine. My dreams are getting better all the time. What do you know? She smiled at me in my dreams last night. My dreams are getting better all the time. And what do you know? She looked at me in a different light. My dreams are getting better all the time. To think that we were strangers a couple of nights ago. And though it's a dream, I never dreamed she'd ever say hello. Oh, maybe tonight I'll hold her tight when the moonbeams shine. My dreams are getting better all the time. My dreams are getting better all the time.
Sweet music and melodious singing. Tell me, Paul, what's new in your music world?
Well, not too much, Will. As you know, I'm with That Record Company now. Started in 1943, conducting a tune here and there, mostly for Jay Mercer, and I do the conducting on the Joan Davis broadcast.
All of which must keep you pretty busy, I guess.
Well, it's all a lot of fun to me, Will. If it wasn't, I wouldn't just try to keep myself so busy.
Well, here's hoping you keep just as busy in the future, Mr. Weston. And this portion of Downbeat has been mighty interesting indeed. But before you go, and I never get tired of hearing that Mercer lad, so you think we can corner him again?
Don't think he'll mind doing one more. Here's a number we had a lot of fun putting together. Johnny Mercer and Crazy Rhythm.
Crazy rhythm, here's the doorway. I'll go my way, you go your way. Crazy rhythm, here's goodbye to you. Hey, Hey, here's where we have a showdown. I'm too hi-hat, you're too low down. Crazy rhythm, from now on we're through. When a highbrow meets a lowbrow walking along Broadway, then the highbrow, he has no brow. Ain't it a shame? You're to blame. What's the use of prohibition? You produce the same condition. Crazy rhythm, I've gone crazy too. They tell me when a highbrow meets a lowbrow walking along Broadway, then the highbrow, he has no brow. Pop is knocking on a happy day. He first went walking down the Mellow way. What's the use of prohibition? You produce the same condition. Crazy rhythm, I've gone crazy too.
Thank you, J. Mercer, and many gratitudes to you, Paul Weston, for appearing on Downbeat once again.
It's been a pleasure, Will, and any time you'd like to hear some more from this direction, just holler. In the meantime, I'll be seeing you, and so long, guys.
This has been the music of Paul Weston and his orchestra. Numbers heard were Evelina, This Love I Longed For, My Dreams Are Getting Better All the Time, and Crazy Rhythm. And by the way, gang, if there's any special orchestra man you'd like to have sent your way via Downbeat, give us a yell. Always glad to oblige. Until that time, then, see you soon. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Here it is, man. It's Downbeat. Yes, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman introducing a new program of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. American jazz has brought enjoyment to the entire world. This is it, man, and it's here to stay. Beating a path through the early days of jazz, Bunk Johnson brought inspiration to many an up-and-coming trumpet player. Such men as King Oliver, Tommy Lavnier, and Louis Satchmo Armstrong took lessons that old Bunk gave them, and then went on to become titans in the world of music. And now, at the age of 67, Bunk Johnson still has the fire and ideas which have made him a legend in jazz. Listen now to a recent recording waxed down in New Orleans by Bunk and his band of the old Dixieland tune, I Wish I Could Shimmy Like My Sister Kate. Armstrong, whose hot trumpet and growling voice has been heard from New Orleans to London and Europe, takes the vocal and horn choruses on this famous number, backed up by Jimmy Dorsey's orchestra.
I'm confessing that I love you, babe. Tell me, do you love me too? Oh, I'm confessing that I need you. Honest, I do. Oh, need you every moment. In your eyes I read such strange things, babe. But your lips deny their truth. Will your answer really change things? Making them blue, making them blue. I'm afraid someday you'll leave me, saying just can't we be friends? If you go, you know you'll grieve me. All my life on you depends, oh babe. Am I guessing that you love me? Dreaming dreams of you in vain. Oh, I'm confessing that I love you over again.
Known affectionately by all his fellow musicians as the Bean, Coleman Hawkins has won the reputation of being the greatest of all tenor saxmen. We hear his artistry on record now in the old favorite, Yesterdays. And here's an excellent reason why Woody Herman and the Great Herman Herd won the Esquire Jazz Concert for the most promising band of the year. It's a little thing cooked up by the boys in the band, a head arrangement of Northwest Passage. And so we wrap up a small package of the finest jazz recordings ever made. For more of the same, you'll find them on our next session of Downbeat. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. It's Downbeat. Yes, man, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman introducing another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. The golden era of jazz from 1920 till 1930 was a fabulous period. From New Orleans up the murky, winding Mississippi, the young music made its way. On the graceful riverboats past Natchez, Memphis Town, Hannibal, and Davenport to the great windy city, Chicago. And out on the West Coast, a robust ex-Navy violinist by the name of Paul Whiteman was fast acquiring a legion of followers. With a compact, carefully rehearsed orchestra, Whiteman was being publicized by certain persons as the King of Jazz. Here is his famous arrangement of Sand in the 1927 jazz style. And here's another kind of jazz, Chicago style, reflecting the abandon of the city in the 20s. No arrangements were written. The musicians simply sat down and bashed, every man for himself. Jack T. Gordon's Chicagoans bring us Deed I Do. Another example of Chicago style is this classic. The Chicagoans again, led by T. Gordon's wonderful trombone and vocal chorus, go into a sentimental groove with Stars Fell on Alabama.
and stars fell on Alabama last night. I never planned in my imagination a situation so heavenly, a fairyland where no one else could enter, and you in the center, just you and me, dear. My heart beats like a hammer, my arms wound around you tight, and the stars fell on Alabama last night.
Things were also happening in New York. Led by Duke Ellington, the jazz of this great city was coming to life. By 1928, the Duke was near the peak of achievement. Time has proved that the Duke's influence on jazz has been, and still is, more far-reaching than Whiteman's and the Chicagoans. This has been a history of jazz in the Roaring '20s. Every week, Downbeat brings you music of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, remember the future, man, because you're building it. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. It's Downbeat. Yes, man, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman introducing another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. The golden era of jazz from 1920 to 1930 found this New Orleans baby wandering far from home. The people in New York, Chicago, and Kansas City were beginning to hear this new beat in music. Up Chicago way, the South Side rocked to the rhythm of some wonderful small combos like Red Nichols. When Nichols quit Whiteman in 1927, he organized his own group chiefly for recordings. Red employed great sidemen and influenced thousands of musicians throughout the world. The Nichols aggregation has put down on wax some of the finest evergreens in jazz, such as the Royal Garden Blues. Here is a side which features the great cornet of Red Nichols. From the very early days to now, this style has never become dated, for Red is ahead of the times. A true pioneer who lives only for jazz. Kansas City went for jazz just as wildly as New Orleans had a decade earlier. Nightclubs flourished even during Prohibition. Musicians were quick to take advantage of the new trend. Count Basie, Benny Moten, Walter Page, Bessie Smith, the greatest of all blues singers, Julia Lee. Julia sings a tune that has been popular in Kansas City for over 25 years. It's called Come On Over to My House.
Come on over to my house, baby. Nobody home but me. I've got a lot of kisses I can spare. Come on and get 'em 'cause I don't care. I never knew a man could be so sweet. I dream about you when I go to sleep. Come on over to my house, baby. Nobody home, boy. Nobody home but me.
Few women of this day and age sing as Julia Lee does, and the reason is very simple. She was there when it happened. She saw and heard the golden era come and go. Kansas City rhythm of 1929 and a great blues chorus like Trouble in Mind.
Trouble in mind, I'm blue, but I won't be blue always, 'cause the sun's gonna shine in my back door someday. I'm gonna lay my head on some lonesome railroad line and let that midnight freight train satisfy my wearied mind. I've never had so much trouble in my mind before.
And so we leave the 20s, the never-to-be-forgotten period in jazz. Around the corner, the 30s were waiting, a fast-moving decade in which the whole world finally exploded. A new period, the third period for jazz, was about to be born, a thing called swing. Every week, Downbeat brings you the music of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, remember the future, man, because you're building it. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. It's Downbeat. Yes, man, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. In the third era of the history of jazz, the 1930s brought 5 years of despair and darkness. The commercial bands wearing funny hats were in demand by the public. And then Benny Goodman swept into popularity in 1935 with a great swing band. And riding with Benny on the swing bandwagon were scores of great jazzmen of all races and creeds. They were men who had suffered during the Depression years, men who had refused to compromise their talents with the phony fads of the moment. In the middle 30s, dozens of tiny nightclubs sprang up in the old brownstone buildings lining 52nd Street in New York City. And here's a type of music that could well be the jazz of the Onyx, the famous Door, or the Hickory House. Dave Dexter's International Jazzmen kick off the third era with Riffamarole. blues were as popular in the 30s as the 20s. This earthy, homey, natural way of expressing a lyric proves that the blues will never die. T-Bone Walker sings Mean Old World. From out of Memphis, Tennessee, there came a girl who was destined to go far in the world of music. Downbeat's jazz authorities and musicians have praised her singing by choosing her as the singer of this, or any other year, an all-time great, Miss Kay Starr.
Well, thanks, Gene. I'm just a little overwhelmed by what you said, but my visit here is just to say hello to all the men all over the world and to the listeners of the Bedside Network. I consider it a great privilege to be able to record with such wonderful jazzmen as Benny Carter, Coleman, Hawkins, Buster Bailey, King Cole, and Oscar Moore. About a year ago, we cut this number. It's one of the jazz things made in the histories of the 30s. It's called If I Could Be With You.
Out of the 30s, there came a term in jazz called jam session. Against a quiet rhythm background, a soloist was given a chorus to show his ideas. Arrangements were never used on sessions featuring the top cats along 52nd Street. Paper was merely something to read on the subway. This is what we mean. Downbeat has brought you a history of jazz in the frantic 30s with Kay Starr as our guest. Every week we bring you the best music of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, remember the future, man, because you're building it. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. It's Downbeat. Yes, man, it's Downbeat. And this is Gene Norman with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. The golden era of jazz was long gone, and so were the colorful days of New Orleans. This was another era, the third era in the life of a vigorous music. Yes, it was swing in 1935 and 36, but only superficially. The music was the same as before. It had the identical New Orleans roots. Actually, it was jazz. Musicians didn't really care what the public called their product, so long as it was a good product. The late 30s saw the small combinations thriving in nightclubs in the big cities. Titans of the profession gathered together to jam such pop tunes as How High the Moon. Al Casey's guitar leads this inspired rock, raw jazz, spirited and unshackled, music of the 30s. Jazz made great triumphant strides throughout the 1930s. Color lines disappeared as musicians learned to work and play together with truly democratic viewpoints. Along 52nd Street, in Chicago's Loop, in the neon-splattered nighteries on Kansas City's 12th Street, and in most cities throughout the land, this democratic music spread the gospel of democracy and the golden rule. Jive talk became popular among musicians and jazz connoisseurs, and magazines devoted to music made appearances on newsstands throughout the nation. Critics wrote long, profound treatises on the new art of swing and swingmen, as they were called in those carefree pre-war days. And still, the small combos made history with some fine wax, putting down such interesting sides as this. Led by Duke Ellington's great trumpet star, Rex Stewart, here's a group running through the riffs of Dutch Trees. While Bunny Berrigan was packing them in on 52nd Street with his swing trumpeting, Mussolini was swinging an instrument of death with Hitler's blessing and assistance. But the instruments of swing were blowing loud and long in America. Swing was the thing, and war couldn't happen again. And so the 30s ran into the 40s with a bounce tune. Every week, Downbeat brings you the great history of jazz, the music of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, man, remember the future, because you're building it. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
There's only one theme like that lying around, so with that, here's the guy who handles the controls, the king of the tenor saxophone, Charlie Barnet.
Hiya, fellas. Hiya, Jim. Well, we're back again with another batch of bounce for you customers. And today we have a guy sitting in with us up there where the brass blows loud that I think you'll enjoy. It's Roy Eldridge, top trumpet man of this set of years or any other.
Well, with Roy along for the ride, Charlie, here comes the first blast from the Barnet motors.
And that would be in a mellotone.
Well, clear the decks, men. We're in for a blow. And that's really blowing up a storm, Roy.
You like that, eh, Jim?
You can play that again anytime.
Well, grab that spotlight for Roy again, because here he is in a grand old favorite, pointing at that blue moon.
Oh, that was really great, Charlie. And now, Charlie, what was that you said you wanted to say about Duke Ellington?
Oh, well, as you've heard, we have a lot of the Duke's compositions in the library. He's pretty generally credited for being one of the finest musicians of this age. So naturally, a bit of his influence has crept into our particular style.
Which is seen in this particular arrangement of the Dukes, titled Bakif. Is that right, Charlie?
Well, you be the judge, fellas. Here's Bakif.
Well, that's showcasing the Barnet horn and arranging in fine style, Charlie, and thanks a lot.
Now, Jim, guess it's about time to get Roy Eldridge up front again for a solo detail.
Well, that's a good deal. What'll it be?
Well, it's a nice blues pattern, which, for want of a better title, is tagged Gulf Coast Blues. Mr. Eldridge will show you the way.
Well, blow away, Roy. Blow away.
Thanks, Roy. Say, Jim, did you say you like those blues moods?
Any old time, Charlie.
Well, then here's more of them right back at you. It's a new one in the book, and we'd like to show it off here in Downbeat Hall today. It's a new one, rather, on an old jazz standard, the West End Blues.
And, may I add, it features some of the great saxophone artistry of a guy named Barnet. Let's hear it, Charlie. I still say that sax man plays like Charlie Barnet.
Oh, not that bad.
Oh, you can't joke your way out, Charlie. And now lift that horn and let's edge into that jump opus you have listed here as In There.
And that's just where we'll be, with Roy pitching.
Was in there all right, Charlie, but we're right out here just shy of the sign-off. So how's about a so long and stuff?
Well, many thanks, gang, for having us over on this chapter of the Downbeat Chowder and Hiking Society. That goes for Gwen Tynes and Roy Eldridge. And this is Charlie Barnet saying good luck and see you.
So long, Charlie. So long, gang.
Here it is, men. It's Downbeat. Yes, man, it's Downbeat, the show that features the finest bands in the land. And today's band really fills the bill. It's Jimmy Dorsey and his orchestra. You just heard a small hunk of Jimmy's theme, Contrast, and now for a hunk of Jimmy himself. And here he is, Jimmy Dorsey.
Hiya, fellas. It certainly is a pleasure to be on Downbeat.
Well, it goes without saying, Jimmy, that it's a pleasure to have you. Oh, say, I think the fellas might want to know a little something about you. How about it?
Well, I imagine it's pretty cut and dried. I was born, naturally.
Well, that's what I mean. Were you born with a, say, silver clarinet in your mouth?
No, not exactly. As a matter of fact, I got my first press notice for playing the cornet. Must have been about I must have been about 10 years old.
Kind of early to be blowing your brains out, wasn't it, Jimmy?
You're not kidding. In fact, my mother always used to argue with my dad for making us practice so much. But Dad said, I want my boys to be something.
And he did all right. And for another bit of all right, let's listen to Jimmy Dorsey and the orchestra in a bit of bounce entitled, I Can't Believe That You're in Love with Me. Solid, Mr. Dorsey, solid. But getting back to that stuff about being born, Jimmy.
Yeah, why talk about it? We all go through it, don't we?
Yeah, I know, but where were you born? It might give some of us a kick to know we were born in the same town.
Well, I was born in Shenandoah, Pennsylvania. And before you can ask, I'll say February 29th, 1904, and...
Wait a minute. Did I hear you say February 29th?
That's right.
A leap year, baby. Why, you're only, 10 years old right now. That is, if we count the number of birthdays you've actually had.
I guess you're right.
Well, that calls for a bit of celebration. And what better way is there to celebrate than with a 5-minute number by Jimmy himself? And Perdido it is. And what a band leader. Jimmy, how's about a little more dirt on your early life?
Well, as I told you, my father used to make us practice quite a bit, and by us, I mean Tommy Dorsey, and myself. It began to pay off at a very early age. I remember bringing home $5 when I was only 9 years old, and a fin was quite a lot of money in those days.
Yep, if I remember correctly, you could buy about 28 bean shooters for that money.
Well, I'd have bought only 18 and saved $2.
Why save the $2?
Oh, to pay for that broken window.
Oh, I get it. The businessman at 9.
Matter of fact, I wasn't much of a businessman. I worked in a coal mine until a law was passed prohibiting anybody under 16 from working.
Well, there's nothing that prohibits you from working right now, Jimmy, so how's about going to work on I Got Rhythm? Well, fellas, that about winds up Downbeat for this session. Thanks, Jimmy, for coming down and playing for us.
Well, it was a real pleasure. Anytime, fellas, anytime.
Thanks again, so until next time, it's so long.
So long, everyone.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Here it is, men. It's Downbeat. Yes, sir, 15 minutes of music flying at you from all sides and piloted by none other than that man with the horn, Jimmy Dorsey.
Hiya, fellas. Welcome to Downbeat. I think you're going to like the chow we got dished up for you.
Explain yourself, Jimmy. We like to see the stuff on the table.
Well, here it is. First, we've got Opus number 1, written by the one and only Cy Oliver. After which comes If I Loved You, with a vocal by Dick Culver. And then comes the 1 o'clock jump.
After which comes a little rest period to recuperate. But why dally, Jimmy? Let's have that first one, Opus number 1. It should be a dilly.
There it is, and here it is.
Thank you, Jimmy. And boys, you can come down off the chandeliers now. Oh, by the way, Jimmy, when did you first get the idea of being a band leader?
Well, you see, Brother and I started a band. We were both kids, and we organized a little combo. We called it the Dorsey Novelty Six.
Let's see, that was you and Tommy. And I also recall from reading biographical material about you, Jimmy, that there was a band back in those days called Dorsey's Wild Canaries. Could that have been you?
Gosh, what a memory you have.
You mean you'd rather I wouldn't bring up about Dorsey's Wild Canaries?
Oh, no, I sort of enjoyed talking about it. It happened how we were tagged Dorsey Wild Canaries. We played a little town, not a little town, a good-sized town in Pennsylvania, Berwick, Pennsylvania. And the lady promoter of the dance that night tagged us the Dorsey Wild Canaries, and believe me, we had a tough time sweating that name out. It stayed with us.
Apparently you haven't lived it down yet if I bring it up for the men all over the world. Well, where did you go on from there after Dorsey's Wild Canaries?
Well, both of us, we took a job with the Scranton Sirens. Then we went to the California Ramblers, then to Gene Goldcat, then to Paul Whiteman and Roger Wolf Kahn.
And your brother was with you all that time,
That's
you and Tommy
right.
together?
Stayed right together.
And about that time?
Well, we split up.
Branched off, huh?
Yeah, I formed my own, and he formed his own band.
And it's been that way ever since. Jimmy Dorsey and Tommy Dorsey, two of the greatest bands in the land. Well, let's get through with the small talk for just a few moments because we want a little more music. You remember your promises, If I Loved You, with Dick Culver warbling, so how about it?
Yeah, fine, let's do it.
Give me Jimmy Dorsey's orchestra, a cool breeze, a nice moon, a bench in the park, and I'm happy. Say, what am I, nuts? I forgot to mention the dame. But getting out of the music mood and into history vein, Jimmy, did you play with any other band leaders after Paul Whiteman?
Oh, just a few, but I don't think you've ever heard of them then.
Who are they?
There's Vincent Lopez, Joe Venuti, Andre Castellanos. They're all unknown.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Never heard of them.
Let's skip it, huh?
Well, we can't skip that, but, brother, we can't skip that next and last number you promised.
Oh, you mean the 1 o'clock jump?
I mean nothing but. Jump it, Mr. Dorsey, if you please. Pardon me, fellas. I'll settle down in a second. What a number.
Did you like that 1 o'clock jump?
Like it. I was riding it all the way in. Jimmy, that's wonderful.
Those words make me mighty happy. And fellas, when you want more, just yell. I'll be back at the old Downbeat stand when you call. Until then, so long.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
it is, men. Downbeat. Come on in, gang. Time for another jump session from old Downbeat Hall with another top stateside music peddler and his orchestra. Smoke if you want, men, because this old round-the-world radio beam is in for a singeing this half hour. So let's take the lid off the pot and see what's cooked. And that mellow stuff, customers, brings on the band that plays the blues and the righteous gent who sells it with clarinet and voice, Woody Herman.
Thanks, Jim, and hi out there, fellas and gals. Sure I'm glad this phone booth isn't crowded, because it's been a long time since I put in that last person-to-person call on this Armed Forces radio wire. Now that I've dialed you in, let's get in business.
And the first item on the buck sheet, Woody.
Oh, it's a bit of sleight of hand, Jim. Marjorie Hines, our vibraphonist, takes the sweaters off the vibes and tosses the whole keyboard at you. It's
1, 2, 3, 4, jump. Now we're in business, Woody. Man, that thundering Herman herd really swings it these days. Say, this is a pretty new band, isn't it?
Well, Jim, I guess it is. There's lots of new faces hiding behind the paraphernalia.
Well, how's for a quick briefing on the key personnel?
Well, Ralph Burns does most of our arranging. That's Chubby Jackson on bass, Davy Tuff on drums, Bill Harris blows a mess at trombone, Neil Hefty and Pete Conduli take most of the trumpet chores. And riding that alto, we have Sam Merritt, and that big tenor tone that booms you is Joe Flip, and of course, Marjorie Hines, the gal that plays the vibes.
Well, with all those guys and gals and the arrangements, it's no wonder the music business is saying this new Herman herd is the most exciting band to come along in many months.
Say, Is you is or is you ain't my press agent?
What's that?
We're just asking. Is you is or is you ain't?
Oh, that song. Well, sing it, Woodrow. Sing it.
Is you is or is you ain't my baby? The way you're acting lately makes me doubt. You is still my baby, baby, baby. Seems my flame in your heart's done gone out. Woman is a creature that always seems strange. When you show up one you find, she's gone and made a change. Is you is or is you ain't my baby? Maybe baby's found somebody new. Is my baby still my baby true? Woman is a creature that always seems strange. When you're sure of one you find, she's gonna make a change. Is you is or is you ain't my baby? Maybe baby's found somebody new. Is my baby still my baby true?
And thanks, Woody. That voice was familiar, too.
Hey, where's all that mail you lured me here with today?
Right here it is. For instance, you can say hello to PFC Julie Lopez and the Jump for Joy gang from L.A. at 920, Corporal Lee Davis at APO 3221, PFC Bob Nimmy 795, and Tech Sergeant Ed Hunter and PFC Horace Flowers of 796. And more later, but now with this all-GI audience, out for something up their alley.
Okay, for all you guys over there pitching those strikes every time, here's a beachhead we're offering free today only. So take it, gang. Take it, Ralph. It's that good old Jones beachhead.
Well, the guys took care of that beachhead, Woody. Well, hubba, hubba. Now, Woody, I figure you'd catch a few more APO numbers for your collection if you spoke the magic word.
Can do, Jim. Anytime you'd like to sound off about something musical, fellas. If you think we could clear it up with a once-over lively here in the hall, just send me a note care of Downbeat, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA, and we'll try our best to oblige every one of you.
The guy's name is Herman, fellas. Herman, Woody, one each.
Amen.
Good.
Chicken in my hand, gravy too, but I draw the line when it comes to you. La da da da, Celia, zebo, zebo. La da da dee bazo go, zizago.
Amen. Then say, fellas, if by any chance one of you hit today or last night with a set of those galloping you-know-what, did you lock up that loot under zipper and padlock? It's not a bad idea to save it, you know. That day's coming when you'll be able to really use it. So save your dough, see your first sergeant. And if you're a first sergeant, well, brother, you've got the world on a string. Tell 'em, Woody.
I've got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow. Got the string around my finger. What a world, what a life. I'm in love. I've got a song that I sing. I can make the rain go anytime I move my finger. Lucky me, can't you see I'm in love? Life is a beautiful thing. As long as I hold the string, I'd be a silly so-and-so if I should ever let go. Got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow.
got the string around my finger. What a world, what a life, I'm in
Thanks again, Woody. And say, here's some more letters. Will you read them off?
Right, Jim, especially for PFC Bob Lewis and the Sad Sacks at 957. Bugle Master J.C. Gonzalez at Navy 145. All the guys in Hut 13 with Jay Perella at 558. For S.W. James and for Joe Pleskia, San Francisco, FPO. We'd like to play a new swing sonata we cooked up for all you guys with those red fright wigs. Here it is, Red Top.
Technically, that's known as blowing your top with a few hot riffs. And now, Woody, I guess it's time for you to point some more lyrics over there. So what's it going to be?
Well, Jim, I think we might run through this one 4 or 5 times.
Oh, I won't fall for that one, Woody. I've heard it 400 or 500 times. So, who gives the Spotlight Man a workout on this?
Well, there's Neil Hefty on trumpet and Ralph Piffner on trombone, and if you don't mind, I'll do the explaining.
So preach your sermon, Mr. Herman.
Kiss her and then kiss her again 4, 5 times. 4, 5 times. 4, 5 times. Maybe I'll sigh, maybe I'll cry 4, 5 times. Not once, not twice, 4, 5 times.
Use a repeat on that one anytime, Woody. But time's catching us with our rundown unrun. So what's the button to show?
Well, some of you fellows might remember hearing this under the title La Cinquantaine. On the continent, you guys studying French can dig you a guidebook. Translated, you'll find it means golden wedding. Here it is. 1, 2, 3.
gold on heavy that time, Woody. But now it's shop closing time, fellas. And don't forget, we still can reach. Just send your requests and your gripes to Downbeat, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Sign us off, will you, Woody?
Well, gang, we sure appreciated this chance to drop in on you again, unannounced. And until we sneak in the back door again, this is Woody Herman wishing you all the best of the best from the guys in the band and myself. So long, gang.
So long, Woody. See you. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Here it is, men. Downbeat. From the U.S. to you, wherever you're doing that command performance for your solid Uncle Samuel, Armed Forces Radio uncorks another half hour of swing from a top stateside band. It's flowing head high, so wallow in it, gang, and grab yourself a listen to this label. Just a sniff of that stuff, and you know we're in business here at the Hall with the Mokes, or the Mab for you hepsters, the swing king of the sax, Charlie Barnet.
That's me, gang, and how are you again? Glad to be back for another break. And we'll be firing the stuff right at your APO and ASN handles.
Which rolls us right into the Barcarole.
With Mr. Offenbach's permission.
now that you've taken the wraps off that horn, Charlie, how's for poking around in this mailbag?
Right. And for Sergeants Bellin and Raines at 922, Private Chuck Caruso, 502, and Private First Class Walt Stevenson, 726, we're going to Disney it up a bit.
With a tune by Bud Estes, Fantasia. Beautiful, Charlie. Let's also send it along as dinner music for Joe Thompson and Mike Milkus at 708.
Match?
Well, according to the scratch sheet, Charlie, we're going to get a little bit of Billy May's trumpet right about here.
You read right. It's especially for Corporal High Weitzman at 401. For First Sergeant Charlie Hightower and his company at 980, and for Joe and the crew of the USS YO 162.
And it's another one of those mad titles, Lumbee. Roll it, CB. Charlie, before we get along too far here, explain us something, will you?
For the customers? Go right ahead.
Well, these mad-sounding titles you pick up, like the Mokes and the Mab and Lumbee, Buffy Boy, where do you get them?
Well, you see, those are mostly original. When a guy walks up with a new tune for me to look at with a title like Hold Me Under a Summer Moon or something like that, no good. But if it's an ode to a leaky faucet or Mab on a slab or the Jerks Jump, I'll buy that.
Well, the odder the better, huh?
That's the ticket. And now for all the guys from that old island on the Hudson, here's a Billy May original, sort of a production thing, with the tag Wings Over Manhattan.
And for all you as flips your tops over Barnetiana, that was it in capital letters.
Say, don't you think it's time to take a breather here?
Well, tell him, Mr. B.
Well, gang, we'll be back again soon here in the hall to sound off more of your names. So just keep sending in those notes to me. Charlie Barnet in care of Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And we'll blast away to your heart's content.
And back to the bulging mail sack again. And this mellow rocker coming up is for Rusty Williams at Navy 332, Captain Dave Willis of Buzzard's Roost at 858, Al Clark and his buddies at 958, and for Smitty and McDonald on the Halford.
And for all of you, here's Reflections. Now for Milt McDaniel, 980, Joey Webb, that drumming man, at 957, for Rich White, Harry Purvey, and Louis Hillard at Navy 140, here's Wild Man.
Oh, wait a minute, Charlie. Not so fast.
Well, what's the matter?
Well, you wanted to slip that in a little bit too quickly. You see this title, this Wild Map of the Fish Pond, which is up next? Well, you have to explain that title.
Well, you've got me somewhat on the spot here, but I'll do the best I can. Wild Mab, that is the first time I ever saw those words put together, was in the advertising bill of one of these stock companies that produce these lantern light dramas. We were playing at a place in Ohio, Cedar Point to be exact, and this local stock company was playing Wild Mab. At that time, our guitarist, the late Buzz Etry, was sort of fell heir to the title of Wild Mab. As there was a fish pond right near the place where we were, well, doesn't make much sense, but I mean, that's how Wild Mab of the Fish Pond came into being.
Well, it's as good as the title, and that clears it up for thousands of us. Now, Charlie, mab it up a little, will you? wild mad.
Say, there's piles of these requests plastered all over this joint.
Sure, you haven't been around this bounce den much. Here, Wink, Art, and the boys at 503, Corporal Pete LaRocca at 322, Chuck Rogers at 790, and Corporal Bill Condon and all his buddies in the 45th. They all tossed in their Barnet votes.
Well, that beats dodging tomatoes, the vine kind.
Oh, well, how's for obliging the GI gents with that portrait of a real overworked guy?
You bet. We're going to bust out and really rock the vessel. We're hitching a ride with the Volga Boatman.
And now it's time to button up the hall, gang. Remember to keep shelling us with that pen scratching stuff. Just send them to Downbeat Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA.
And if you do, I'll really appreciate it. But now, so long for all the lads and myself. Till we swing you again, this is Charlie Barnet saying thanks for having us over.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Here it is, men. Downbeat. Fellas, we're greeting you again from Downbeat Hall and taking over today as one of the grooviest groups that ever gathered around a microphone. I'm talking about the band that always comes on with the 1 o'clock jump. So introduce yourselves, boys. Yes, last minute's a solid half hour of hep harmony with the one and only Count Basie. Count, we're sure glad to welcome you and your fine band to Downbeat.
Thank you, Jim. And as for us, we'd like to pass the word right along to all the Americans overseas and say, welcome to our music, fellas, and we hope you like it.
Good enough, Count. And while you give the band the best and the beat, I'll pass along the name of your opening number.
Okay.
Soldiers, sailors, Coast Guardsmen, and Marines, and everyone else in uniform, here's the Count of Basie with I Found a New Baby. I Found a New Baby is discovered, disclosed, and displayed by Count Basie. And now, Count, that's either a half track going by or else Jimmy Rushing is coming into the studio.
That's right. That's our Jimmy.
Well, okay. What's Mr. 5x5 going to send across the 7 seas?
The chicks I pick are slender, tender, and tall.
Well, coming from Jimmy Rushing, that ought to be good.
Whenever I go to a dance, you never see me taking a chance. I get a kick called the chick that I pick, slender, tender, and tall. Don't give me no trouble at all. They come at my beck and call. I get a kick called the chick that I pick, slender, tender, and tall. I got big fat mama who always sees, does everything to try to please. And when I put my arms around a thin one, hot-nosed baby, summer with these, them kind of chicks don't stall. They're willing and ready to fall. I get a kick called the chick that I pick, slender, tender, and tall. I get a kick called the chick that I pick, slender, tender, and tall. I get a kick called the chick that I pick, slender,
Thank you, James. And now, Count, according to my notes, we're now going to hear Along Avenue C.
That's right.
Well, you know, I asked Ernie Whitman on the Jubilee show to describe the tune to me, and he said, Jim, that's hot enough to smother your brother and blister your sister.
Oh, well, I don't know if it's that hot. Anyway, we'll run through it for the fellows.
Yes. And now standing beside me at the microphone is another one of the stars of the Count Basie constellation, that torrid thrush, Thelma Carpenter. Thelma, what are you going to twine your lovely voice around?
It's do nothing till you hear from me. And I'd like to dedicate it to Sergeant Woodward, Sergeant Atho Thomas, Corporals Lee Rice, William Parks, Willie Reynolds, Alvin Johnson, William Bowe, Alfonso Gills, and Arthur Thompson. Also for Sergeant James Tweedley Wilson, APO 655, Sergeant Lucky Ballard, APO 403, Private John Carter, APO 143, and Private First Class L. Kendrick, APO 503. Do nothing till you hear from me. Pay no attention to what's said. Why people tell
does that mean? That I'm untrue when we're apart? The words in my heart reveal how I feel about you. Some kiss may cloud my memory, and other arms may hold a thrill. But please do nothing till you hear it from me, and you never will. True, I've been seen with someone new, but does that mean that I'm untrue when we're apart? The words in my heart reveal how I feel about you. Some kiss may cloud my memory, and other arms may hold a thrill. But please do nothing till you hear it from me. You hear it from me. And you never will.
Thank you, Thelma Carpenter. From where I stood, that was very super special. But now, Count, here's a chance to answer some overseas mail in person.
Gladly, Jim. The boys I'd like to say hello to, PFC, Roy Napper, APO 957, Benjamin Morris, and James Buckskin, and Stewart Mate First Class Robinson, Cook Second Class Jefferson, and Stewart's Mate Third Class Davis. Fellas, in answer to your letters, here's the thing we call Basie Boogie.
Mr. Basie, that was basic. Say, fellas, in a few seconds, Jimmy Rushing is going to make his way back to the microphone. And meanwhile, I'd like to pass along a reminder. Your rifle or carbine or machine gun is your best friend. If you take care of your arms when they need it, they'll take care of you when you need them. So be sure to clean your small arms after firing, or if they've become wet and dirty. And be sure to keep them well lubricated, too. Well, now here's the Count of Basie and Jimmy Rushing with the Harvard Blues.
Get 3 C's and a D. Think checks from Home Sublime. I don't keep dogs or women in my room. I don't keep dogs or women in my room. But I love my Vincent, baby, until the day of Reinhardt, I'm a most indifferent guy. Reinhardt, I'm a most indifferent guy. And I love my baby. That's no Harvard life.
Thank you, Jimmy Rushing. And what's now, Count?
Well, along about now, it's Thelma Carpenter's time to sing again. And she's selected My Ideal.
And she couldn't have picked a finer tune.
yet he might be just around the corner, waiting for me. Will I recognize the light in his eyes that no other eyes reveal? Or will I pass him by and never ever know that he is my ideal? By and never even know that he is my ideal. My ideal.
Ah, that was wonderful, Thelma. And now, Count, we still have time on this little jive session for that famous jump tune of yours, Jumpin' at the Woodside. Did you bring the music along?
Well, Jim, we've been playing the Woodside so long we don't need to see the notes.
Well, in that case, how about it?
Well, okay. And by the way, I'd like to dedicate it to Private Richard Sanford, APO 322.
Well, that's fair enough, Count. was real jump music. And, well, Count, I guess that does it for this time. Many, many thanks to you and the band and to Thelma Carpenter and Jimmy Rushing.
And we enjoyed playing for you, fellas, and that goes for all of us. So until we meet you again on Downbeat, so long and the best of luck.
So long, Count. We'll be seeing you. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Here it is, men. It's Downbeat. Gather round, all you lovers of the mellow and solid, for 15 minutes of tunes torrid and terrific by one of the greatest bands in the land. You may not be too familiar with that theme now, but someday soon it is destined to be beating on the eardrums of all America, for it belongs to one of the really up-and-coming band leaders, Sam Donahue. Come on in, Sam, and say hello to the fans.
Hello, men, and thanks for the invitation to the band and me to play for this Downbeat session.
Well, perhaps we should explain that yours is one band, Sam, that doesn't dress up in those zoot suits.
No, you're right. Most of us left the zoot suits behind when we began our present engagement. We decided to settle for something that would be a little less conspicuous in wartime. Namely, navy blue with white stripes and a white hat.
You guessed it, men. Sam Donahue and his band are an all-Navy outfit and have really done great things in the Pacific and across the Atlantic. But before we tell you about that, how about piping us over the side with something special, Sam? What'll it be?
Well, for an opener, how about Gypsy Love Song in swing tempo, of course.
Well, hit it. Fine, Sam. Really fine. Now to get on with the facts. When did you join the Navy?
Well, that was way back in November of 1942. I had a band of my own, and 3 of the other band members and I decided to lay down our horns and join Uncle Sam.
Which you did, I gather.
Which we did. But as soon as we took the oath, we had to take up our horns again because the Navy decided it needed 4 musicians that answered our description to play in the band that Artie Shaw was organizing.
Oh, then you went with Artie on that famous Pacific tour.
And what a tour. We traveled more than 68,000 miles over the Pacific by battleship, destroyers, PT boats, mine layers, and sweepers. In fact, everything but submarines.
Well, right now, how about submerging us in another of your fine arrangements?
Going down and coming up with Melancholy Baby.
What happened after the band got back to the States from the Pacific?
Well, Artie latched on to his discharge papers, lucky guy. Now I was elected to front the band.
Well, did you continue to use the Artie Shaw arrangements?
No, things had changed a lot during the time we'd been gone, so we decided to throw out the book and start all over again.
And the numbers you're playing for us today are from those new arrangements, huh?
Right. We took 3 months to put together the foundation for our new library, and then...
And then you shoved off for Europe.
Shoved off is right, in an LST. After bounding over the waves for quite some time, we landed in England, right in the middle of one of the first buzz bomb raids.
You mean you were actually in the middle of some of those raids?
A lot of them went on while we were playing in London, but we kept right on playing.
Well, Sam, weren't you kind of scared?
You bet we were, and so was everyone else. But there was nothing that could be done about it, so we just kept on playing.
Oh, we don't have any buzz bombs handy, but how about keeping on playing right now?
Without benefit of buzzing, it's a pleasure. Here's a little number I wrote that was inspired by those LST boats I was telling you about. It's called LST Party.
Solid, Sam. But it's time now to bring our ship into harbor and take a little shore leave until next time.
I'll just settle for 48.
I'll see if the skipper will okay it, Sam. After this fine sesh, you really deserve it. Of course, one of the conditions is that you make a quick return to Downbeat Hall.
Just call on me.
And you can bet we will. Good luck to you, Sam Donahue, and your great Navy band. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Here it is, men. It's Downbeat. That, men, is the theme of one of the most solid service bands in the world. It means that we have Sam Donahue and his all-blue jacket band with us today on Downbeat. And on the podium, tenor sax in hand, is the leader of that fine aggregation, Sam Donahue himself.
Hiya, gang. Glad to be with you on Downbeat again.
Glad to have you, Sam. What are you going to start things brewing with today?
A little number that really rocks called Just You, Just Me.
Well, just let us hear it. Let's see, you joined the Navy in 1942, Sam. What did you do before that?
My cue card said I was a musician.
And your cue card can say that again.
You see, I started trying to qualify myself for that classification when I was 9.
On the tenor sax?
No, Harfield, on the clarinet. My teacher thought I had better start out on the old licorice stick.
And I imagine you played it in the school band?
That I did. And then some of the boys and I decided to pick up a little pocket change on the side by playing odd jobs at night.
We have a little odd job for you to do right now. How about Dinah?
Right down the groove, in the middle.
That was really down the middle. Say, when did you play your first regular engagement, Sam?
Oh, I played a lot of them when I was about 15.
You played a lot of them?
Yes, we would get a job in a beer garden in my hometown of Detroit and go along fine for a couple of nights. Then the manager would look up and say, gee, those guys look young. He'd check and find out we were under 18, way under, and he'd have to fire us. This went on beer garden after beer garden until we were 18, and then, well, we were tired of playing beer gardens anyway.
Well, we'll certainly never get tired of hearing your music.
Then suppose I call on Rocky Clucho to do the vocalizing on I Can't Give You Anything But Love.
I can't give you anything but love, baby. That's the only thing I've plenty of, baby. Dream a while, scheme a while, you're sure to find happiness. Then I get all the things you always want for. Gee, I'd like to see you looking swell, baby. Diamond bracelets, Woolworth doesn't sell, my little baby. Till that lucky day, you know darn well, baby, I can't give you anything but love. You always find for G. I'd like to see you looking swell, baby. Diamond bracelets, Woolworth doesn't sell, my little baby. Till that lucky day, you know darn well, baby, I can't give you anything but love.
Nice going there, Rocky. And after the beer garden portion of your life, Sam?
We had a good band and we knew it, but we didn't have any connections. So when Gene Krupa came to town in 1938 and offered me a job, I took it and went out to make those connections. After Krupa, I played with Harry James and then with Benny Goodman. Finally made the connections, went back, got my old band. They'd been playing together all this time and were sounding fine. We started out. Just when we were about to hit New York and the really big time...
I know. You joined the Navy.
That's right. 4 of us did. Others went into the Army. After we get out of the service, we're going back together and really hit the big time.
And we know you will, too, Sam.
What do you say we play a toast to that with Homeward Bound?
And that wraps it up for today, men. Our guests were Sam Donahue and his great Navy band. Thanks for being with us, Sam.
Thanks to you. So long, fellas.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Here it is, men. It's Downbeat.
Yes, men, it's your program that features the outstanding bands in the land, Downbeat. And we're in sort of a Latin mood today with the old bandstand playing host to the man who brought the rumor to our country, Enrique Madriguera. Welcome to the podium, Enrique.
It's a pleasure to be here, Harfield. Thanks for inviting me over.
The pleasure is all ours. What do you have lined up there for the opening number?
In English, it's Listen, Honey. But in Spanish, the way Eddie Gomez sings it, it's Oye Negra.
Then the downbeat, Senor Madriguera, if you please. That was really fine, Enrique. And now, as is our custom on Downbeat, we would like to have some vital statistics about the leader of the band, namely you.
Well, you start out, and I'll try to fill in the blank spaces.
Fair enough. The first blank space to be filled in is your place of birth. Where were you born?
In Spain. Barcelona, to be exact.
But you're an American citizen now.
Oh, yes. I have been for quite some time. And I'm very proud of my adopted country.
And we're very proud you adopted us. The music you brought to the States has added a lot to our dancing and to our general musical enjoyment.
Thank you. Perhaps you would like a little more music right now.
Well, we certainly would.
Then I'm going to call on Patricia Gilmore to sing On the Way to Venezuela.
tonight's so gala. Seems I still can hear the troubadour singing while we're gliding, heart to heart confiding on that lovely Latin shore.
Beautifully sung, Patricia. Now, Enrique, let's get back to you. Your instrument is the violin, isn't it?
Yes, I started my musical life as a concert violinist. In fact, that's what brought me originally to America. I was 14 years old and came over here to do a concert tour.
A concert violinist at 14? Then you must have been one of those child prodigies.
That's what they call me. Fortunately, that's one thing you can outgrow.
I see what you mean. But what made you decide to give up your career as a concert violinist and go in for conducting?
Oh, a number of things, Garfield. But I think that can wait until after our next number.
Well, I guess it can. In behalf of our listeners, I'd like to request your theme, Adios, in its entirety. I know it's your own composition, and it's one of my favorite numbers.
Your request is my command.
Fine number, Enrique, and I'm glad it's finally played on Downbeat by its composer.
I have a new one I'd like to play for you.
Swell, but you promised to tell us why you turned conductor.
Oh, well, back in 1925, I was invited to Havana to be guest conductor of the Cuban Philharmonic Orchestra. While I was there, I had an opportunity to hear a lot of native Cuban music and resolved that someday I would organize and conduct my own Cuban orchestra. But that didn't come until 1930.
What happened between 1925 and 1930?
I came back to the States to be concertmaster of the National Broadcasting Company and director of foreign music for the Columbia Phonograph Company.
And in 1930?
My dream finally came true. I introduced a typical Cuban orchestra, costumes and all, at the Biltmore Hotel in New York.
And your Cuban orchestra was an immediate success.
Yes, it was. It was an overnight sensation.
There's a lot more I'd like to ask you, Enrique, but I guess we can take care of that on a future session. Right now, I would like to hear that latest composition of yours you mentioned.
It's called Take It Away.
Well, take it away. That sounds like real hit parade material, Enrique. Well, men, sorry, but that does it for today. Our guest on Downbeat has been Enrique Madriguera.
Thank you again for inviting me. So long, fellas.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Here it is, men. It's Downbeat.
Yes, men, it's downbeat time again, and today the old bandstand is going to sway again to the tantalizing Latin American rhythms of Enrique Montegaro and his orchestra. Come in, Enrique, and take over.
Thanks, Harfield. And if you don't mind, I'll let the band take over with a little music.
If I don't mind, are you kidding?
Then it's Eddie Gomez and the orchestra with a spirited Latin number entitled Catquita.
Cachita, tengo una rumbita, pa' que tú la bailes como bailo yo. Muchacha bonita, mi linda cachita, la rumba caliente que es mejor que tú. Óyeme cachita, tengo una rumbita, pa' que tú la bailes como bailo yo. Muchacha bonita, mi linda cachita, la rumba caliente que es mejor que tú. Mira que se rompen ya de gozo las maras, en los timbales ya se quiere alborotar. Se divierte así el francés y también el musulmán, el alegre el irlandés y hasta el alemán. A la rumba no hay frontera, pues se baila en el coro. Yo le he visto bailar solo a su víctima. Vamos a rumbear, pa' la rumba no hay frontera, no se baila en el polo, yo le he visto bailar solo, hasta el esquimal.
That was swell, Enrique. Really fine. On your last Downbeat appearance, you told us about introducing the first all-Cuban orchestra to the American public at the Biltmore in New York. Let's see, back in 1930.
Yes, that fulfilled an ambition of mine. When I first went to Cuba in 1925, I became enchanted with their beautiful tropical rhythms. I introduced many of them when I returned to the States, but I always wanted to play them as they really should be played.
Which you finally did in 1930.
That's right. When I organized the band, I made it authentic in every way. The musicians wore their native costumes and played their native instruments.
I imagine those instruments created quite a sensation.
They certainly did.
Well, the United States is very grateful to you, Enrique, for giving us such fine music for dancing and listening.
The thing I'm proudest of is that the music has done so much to bring the Latin American countries closer in spirit to the United States. In fact, I have a scroll, but that can wait until after some more music. Right now, I would like to call on Patricia Gilmore for a number.
Swell. What'll it be?
A very beautiful composition entitled That Was the Night.
Really beautiful. Now, Enrique, what about that scroll you mentioned?
It was presented to me in December of 1943 at the Pan American Union in Washington, D.C.
Who made the presentation?
The ambassadors of all the Latin American countries. I have a copy of the scroll with me.
May I see it?
Sure.
Very impressive, Enrique. Do you mind if I read a portion of it to our listeners?
Not at all.
All right, here goes. In recognition of pioneer efforts over the past decade and a half in popularizing Latin America through this universal language, we, the undersigned ambassadors and ministers of North, South, and Central American republics, do elect Senor Enrique Madriguera, the musical ambassador of the Americas. And it's signed by every one of the representatives of the 20 Latin American republics. Gee, that's really something, Enrique. Or I guess I should say Ambassador Madriguera.
Let's just keep it Enrique. However, I'm really proud of that scroll. But let's get back to the band.
Okay.
We have a little novelty number here we just worked up that I think our listeners would enjoy hearing.
We enjoy hearing anything by Enrique Madriguera. What's this novelty number called?
A samba called Maria from Bahia. And it features Patricia Gilmer, Eddie Gomez, and the entire company.
Let's hear it.
All the men who see her are just mad about Maria. They say, Maria, marry me. I can't wait till you agree. I'm Maria's baby. Ay, 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 Maria, Maria from Bahia. You have no idea till the moment that you see her. Each caballero always tries to be winner of the prize, but fighting in her eyes. But she says no, and keeps her heart to give the boy she's been in love with from the start. Ay, 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 Maria, Maria from Bahia. Maybe in Bahia there is more than one Maria. So they sing if you won't marry me, the names of 2 or 3, 2 or 3 to say to me.
A terrific number, Enrique. Sorry, but our time is up for today, though. Downbeat has brought you the smooth rhythms of Enrique Madriguera and his orchestra. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
From the United States to you fighting men of the United Nations, the Special Service Division of the War Department presents Downbeat. And here it is, men, another Downbeat. Right you are. It's Benny Carter, the amazing man of music. He's all set to show you some of his phenomena in sharps and flats. We're ready and waiting, so how about a starter, Carter? That was really swell, Benny. Tell me, what was the name of that number? Was it the Swordfish Blues or the Halibut Stomp or the Salmon Swing?
Well, the name of it was Fish Fry, Dick. But how come you were so sure it was something about fish?
Oh, the way you went up and down the scales.
Oh, I've heard of fish with chips, but this guy mixes it with corn.
Hello, Savannah. Why, you remember Dick Joy, our announcer. And you remember our singer, Dick.
Certainly I remember Savannah. There's something I've been meaning to ask her. Savannah, are you from Georgia?
Why, no. What makes you ask?
Oh, I just thought your name being Savannah.
So what? Your name is Dick. Are you from Dixie?
Hey, I better get out of here. Sing, somebody.
You had plenty money, 1922. You let other women make a fool of you. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here, get me some money too. You're sitting down wondering what it's all about. If you ain't got no money, they will put you out. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here, get me some money too. If you had me there 20 years ago, you wouldn't be wondering like some other men do. Get out of here and get me some money too. And I took you in. Now all you got to offer me is a big wide grin. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here and get me some money too. Why don't you do
And now for you fellas who happen to be in the same barracks with a guy who thinks he has to use his nose at night to make a noise like a Pratt & Whitney engine just because he's in the Air Force, Benny Carter would like to give you a portion of something you might need. Sleep. Benny, besides playing the saxophone, trumpet, and clarinet, I understand you also arrange and write a lot of your own numbers.
That's right, Dick.
Well, tell me, when did you first take an interest in music?
Well, I guess I just come from a very musical family. My father, my mother, and all my sisters and brothers learned to play wind instruments when I was just a kid.
You certainly had a lot of people at your place blowing those wind instruments then.
Oh, yes. Just practicing every afternoon. We used to keep our whole neighborhood air-conditioned.
Oh, and you like the saxophone best, huh?
Oh, yeah, Dick. You know, I almost won a contest once just to see who could hold a note longest on the saxophone.
Well, how come you lost?
Oh, those crooked judges decided a bicycle pump was illegal.
Uh-oh. Well, how's about showing us what you can do with that saxophone right now, Ben?
Okay, Dick.
And how's about playing one of your solos, Ill Wind?
Okay, Dick.
How's about loaning me $5?
Okay. Hey, say, you gotta watch this man. He's tricky.
Well, here comes Savannah Churchill again. What are you going to sing for us this time, Savannah?
I'd like to sing I Used to Love You, But It's All Over. And I'd like to dedicate it to my former boyfriend.
You mean you broke off with your boyfriend?
That's right. I got so mad at him, everything went hazy. I told him never to call me again. I got so hazy, I didn't even know what to tell him.
Well, look, did you give him back that big diamond engagement ring?
I said I went hazy, not crazy.
Oh, Benny, the music, while I sit down and try to figure out women. Now tell us exactly what happened, Savannah.
I used to love you, but it's all over now. You know it's all over town that you threw me down. You shouldn't let that kind of story go round. You had your chance, but now it's all over. I'll get along somehow. Now there are things that you did I used to forgive, but you never change just as long as you live. I used to love you, but it's all over, dear.
What's next on our list, Benny?
Well, the boys and I would like to dedicate our next number to a bunch of fellows over in New Caledonia who wrote us that swell letter that was signed the Swing Club from Way Out. Thanks for the letter, men, and here's the tune you asked for. It's a real old favorite, Honeysuckle Rose.
And now, Benny Carter and the boys are going to hang up the stars and the moon while Savannah tells you all about the witching hour. That brand new tune, Midnight. Say, Dick, this is our last number coming up, isn't it? That's right, Benny. So I want you to give out with a solid hunk of swing that'll rock the cats till their whiskers wave. A snatch of jive that's hotter than hot and faster than fast.
You mean you want us to split seams on zoot suits and unleather soles?
You got me.
Well, here it is, on the Alamo.
comes time to put the bookmark in the book again and lay aside Downbeat for a while. But we'll be opening it very soon again to the pages you men suggest by your requests. Thank you, Benny Carter, Savannah Churchill, and all the boys in the band.
It was a pleasure, Dick. Best wishes, men, and so long for now.
Bye, fellows. And don't you forget those requests.
Downbeat is prepared for you men in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division, the War Department of the United States of America.
Here it is, men. Downbeat. Well, man the loudspeakers, men. We're in for a fine blow. 30 minutes, in fact, with one of your favorite American bands. And there's not a fiddle within 50 miles as we do a bit of recon work on the theme. Just in case you haven't been initiated, that bit of melody rings up the asbestos curtain on another warm half hour with the artistry and rhythm man and all his crew, Stan Kenton.
That's right, and we're all togged out on our best rhythm today, and mighty glad to be with you all again. Nito Day's back heating the fires under some fine songs, and Gene Howard's aboard for ballads.
And that covers it all except the first blast, Stan.
Well, which brings us right up to Boots Missoula, who rides herd on that alto sax. He wrote this slight etude, and for the record, it's labeled Blow, Jack.
sure hope everything was secured during that blow. Well, we're on our way, men, so what's number 2, Stan?
Well, this is liable to bring back a few memories, Jim. It's Gene Howard up front with a grand old-timer that we're aiming directly at Jack Wormser and his conscience, Hal Cantor. At that AES with the SF, FPO, here's Gene, and she's funny that way.
I'm not much to look at, nothing to see. Just glad I'm living and lucky to be. I've got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way. I can't save a dollar, ain't worth a cent. But she'd never holler, she'd live in a tent. I've got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way. Though I'd love to work and slave for you every day, you'd be so much better off if I went away. But why should I leave her? Why should I go? She'd be unhappy without me, I know. I've got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way. I've got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way. She's funny that way.
Well, that's a fine oldie, Stan. But what's this you were saying about digging around in that letter file?
Well, you know how I like to see those notes aimed at me with that address, Stan Kenton, care of Downbeat, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles. Well, I came across one the other day from a guy I hadn't heard from or about for years.
It's a small file after all, eh?
Right, Jim. The letter was for Paul Weston, though, from Staff Sergeant Charlie Carpenter, who used to manage Earl Hines and also write for him. So I'm saying hello to Charlie over at APO 350.
And with that, here comes our gal, Anita O'Day, with a frantic little opus titled Mad for a Pad. You better explain ahead, Anita.
We're knocking on doors from 1 until 9. No room for rain. Prospects ain't right. I'm going mad for bad.
I've got to work for a living. I'm a one-on-one
That one comes from the pen of Joe Green, who writes tunes faster today than we can rehearse them.
And this next comes from the pen of Stan Kenton himself. In answer to many requests from all around this old apple, here's that Kenton theme again, the production copy designed for concert hall and fancy lighting. It's Stan featured at the piano in Artistry in Rhythm. And that does the trick every time, Stan.
But here's the trick that does it every time. It's a neat old day, and I'm proud to say the gal vocalist of the year with any band. According to the popular polls that came off at the end of last year, the number one gal of Downbeat, the magazine, of Esquire, and of the Kenton Band, and our recorded arrangement of Gotta Be Gettin'. You're on, Anita.
Gotta be getting, got to be a-going, going. Heard a train whistle blowing, blowing, blowing. Woo! Got that old wanderlust, just must get going, going. My brain says no, but my heart says go, so I'm riding the rails again. Gotta be getting, don't care when I get there, don't care. Gotta catch me a cloud that's sailing nowhere, nowhere. Got a date on the moon and just must get there, get there. Got to stay when I feel this way, so I'm riding the rails again. Birds fly, fly away. Gotta be getting, got to be a-going, going. Heard a train whistle blowing, blowing, blowing. Woo! Got that old wanderlust, just must get going, going. My brain says no, but my heart says go, so I'm riding the rails again. Gotta be getting, got to be a-going, going. The railroad track seems to call me back. Ain't even got the time to pack. Just know, must go. I'm giving the air to all my worry and care. I'm riding the rails. I'm riding the rails again.
Great lyrics and great arranging, Stan. But now let's get Gene up here with another of those new hits.
It's a deal, Jim. Here he is, handling the controls on that tune from Hollywood Canteen, Sweet Dreams, Sweetheart.
Good night, sweet dreams. Tomorrow's another day to them. Sweet dreams, sweetheart. Good night, sweetheart. I'll see you all over the way in dreams, sweet dreams, sweetheart. May angels up above watch over you and keep you safe, my love, until the dawn breaks through. Good night, sweet dreams. Tomorrow's another day. Good night, sweet dreams, sweetheart. sweet dreams. Good night.
Which brings us around to something else in that powerhouse department, right, Stan?
Well, if that's the classification, perhaps this etude will leap around enough to fill the bill. I'll just toss out that downbeat and you watch out, okay? Say, fellas, don't forget to let us know what you'd like to hear on Downbeat. Just send along that request to me, Stan Kenton, care of Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA.
Well, nice plug, Stan, but I think we're due another repeat about here.
Name it, Jim.
Well, get the boys to get out You Betcha, and let's run it through one. Out of the guys asked for it again, and of course, with Anita doing the promising, you can't blame them. So if you're ready, well, we've got the spotlight out and burning bright.
Forever till it's over. You betcha, till
Well, there's a fine build-up, and right here, Stan, I guess you'd better build up something for a closer. What's the label on this Caceras?
Truthfully, this is a classical selection, an old piano composition. Sergeant Joe Riso decided to add a touch of rhythm, and the classic now jumps. Here it is, fellas. It's called Pizzicata.
Pizzicato. It's time for us all to cut out and hope for a quick return on your part, Stan.
Well, thanks again, fellas, for sticking around this last 30 minutes. We hope to be able to answer more of your requests if you'll just write to me, care of Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Now, this is Stan Kenton on behalf of Anito, Dave, Gene Howard, and the rest of the gang saying good luck and see you later.
So long, Stan. So long, gang. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Here it is, men. It's Downbeat. Chopin's Polonaise. And with the ivories played like that, who could be in our Downbeat spotlight today but Carmen Cavallero, the poet of the piano. Come on in, Carmen, and say hello to the gang.
Hello, men. What would you like to hear today?
Well, I wish they could all be here in person to answer that question, but I'll do the best I can as a poor substitute. How about your fine arrangement of that old favorite, Tea for Two?
No sooner requested than granted.
Here it is, men. It's Downbeat. Yes, it's the music of the poet of the piano, Carmen Cavallero. The old Downbeat bandstand is proud today to have on the podium and at the piano one of the outstanding pianists of modern music, namely Mr. Cavallero himself. Welcome to Downbeat, Carmen.
Glad to be here, Harfield. I've played on several mail calls and command performances, but this is my first shot on Downbeat. I've been looking forward to it.
And we've been looking forward to having you. What do you have lined up there as your first number?
If you would like to start the show off with a bang, I'll trot forth our arrangement of A Poet Plays Boogie Woogie.
A Poet Plays Boogie Woogie. Sounds very interesting. Let's hear it. Brother, the poet really played Boogie Woogie. Wonderful, Carmen. In fact, sensational.
With all those adjectives, perhaps I'd best play something in a slightly more serious vein to justify them.
That sounds like you might be standing by to give us some more of that Chopin you teased us with at the start of the program.
Well, that wasn't exactly what I had in mind, but if you think the fellas would like Polonaise, then we'll give it to them.
You bet they'd like to hear it. Men, here is Carmen Cavallero's fine rendition of Chopin's Polonaise. Carmen, didn't you start your career as a concert pianist?
Yes, I did. I started in New York, I studied there, and I concertized there.
Well, when did you switch over to the popular field?
Shortly after I got out of school, I continued to play both classical and popular music. But after a time, I grew more and more sold on popular music and decided there was more opportunity for me on that field.
Well, your terrific success in nightclubs and hotels and on the radio has certainly justified that decision.
Thank you. Now, how about a piano solo? A medley of tunes I found men in the service like to hear.
Swell, Carmen. What'll it be?
Well, first, My Silent Love. Then, If I Could Be With You 1 Hour Tonight, and Can't We Be Friends?
How did you go about breaking into the big time as a popular pianist?
Well, strangely enough, it was remarkably easy. I took a job as pianist with Rudy Valley, then I went with Abe Lyman, Al Cavlin, and a few others, and was lucky enough to be featured in their orchestras.
When did you organize your first band, that is, the first band of your own?
Oh, about 5 years ago.
How many musicians did you have in it?
Just 4.
Just 4. You
That's
have more
right.
than that now, haven't you?
Oh, yes, I have 13 now.
13.
That's
Do
right.
you contemplate raising the number of musicians up to, well, like 26 and 30, the way some of them have?
Well, I don't know, Harfield. I've had such success with 13 boys that I hate to spoil the flexibility of them. I'm going to let them stay as they are.
Well, I'm sure that your many fans will vote in favor of just that. But, Carmen, one of the most popular things you've done recently with that band of yours is that terrific arrangement of In Acapulco. Would you mind playing it for us now?
Not at all. I hope you like it.
Really great, Carmen. Well, that does it for today, men. Rocking and swaying the Downbeat bandstand on this session has been the popular poet of the piano, Carmen Cavallero.
Who says to you right now that I hope you invite me back again soon for another session.
On that, you can definitely count. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, and so long, fellas.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's Les Paul and his remarkable guitar. The Ballads of Pat Kay.
No one to talk with all by myself. No one to walk with, but I'm happy on the shelf.
And the Les Paul Trio from Hollywood with a bit of musical astronomy entitled How High the Moon. A beautiful girl, a beautiful voice, a beautiful song. All right, Pat Kay, let's have it. Don't Let Me Dream.
Don't let me dream unless you really love me. Don't let me dream. Don't make a plaything of me. Don't be untrue. Don't make our love a riddle. I can't go on just playing second fiddle. Don't let me dream. Then take my heart and break it. Please tell me now if you don't think we'll make it. For later on, my heart could never take it. Don't let me dream, sweetheart. For later on, my heart could never take it. Don't let me dream,
From a popular show tune, Les Paul has arranged a classic and gossamer, the trio and Les Paul's guitar playing This Can't Be Love Because I Feel So Well. Pat Kay returns with a Gershwinism wearing a good conduct medal. From the classics of Americana, Pat sings Ain't Misbehavin'. Lovers of recorded music will recognize this attractive Les Paul Dream package recently recorded by the Les Paul Trio. It's Dream Dust. Les Paul and the boys fold up their tent and make a fast getaway with the chic of Araby. This has been the music of Les Paul and his remarkable guitar, the ballads of Pat Kay and the Les Paul Trio from Hollywood.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Here it is, men. It's Downbeat. Yes, men, the old bandstand is really going to rock today. Standing up there on the Downbeat podium waving the baton, or is the baton waving him, is our guest band leader, Skinny Ennis. Come on in, Skin, and say hello to the gang.
Hiya, fellas. Say, where do you get that? Is the baton waving him business? We aren't going to have to put up with Bob Hope's riders on this show, are we?
I'll give you my answer to that right after your first number.
Well, I guess that's my cue to stomp it off. Here's a mellow little riffer called, for want of a better name, Knocking One Out for Sam.
really solid skinny right down the middle.
Well, now, do I get that answer to my question?
Well, yes, you do. And the answer is no. From here on, for the rest of this session, we're not going to make a single mention of your lack of blood, your lack of corpuscles, your looking like a walking skeleton, or any other of those anemic atrocities they've pinned to your name on the Bob Hope Show.
Well, you better not do anything as drastic as that. I just wouldn't feel at home on the program.
Well, Skin, anyone with 2 eyes and a good pair of glasses can see for himself that you're a fine physical specimen and not at all like that skinny-looking character we imagined you.
Calling me a physical specimen is laying on a little bit thick, isn't it? But I'm definitely not anemic. Why, I even have muscles.
Hey, you have it that. Not exactly Superman, but they do sort of feel like the village smithy's iron bands.
And after that, I feel like the fellows might like another number.
Well, how about a song from you?
Well, you've twisted my wrist. How would Night and Day be?
Perfect. Let's hear it.
Like the beat, beat, beat of the tom-tom when the jungle shadows fall. Like the tick, tick, tock of the stately clock as it stands against the wall. Like the drip, drip, drip of the raindrops after summer showers through. So a voice within me keeps repeating, you, 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 night and day. You are the one, only you, beneath the moon and under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are. I think of you night and day, day and night. Why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? In the roaring traffic's boom, in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you night and day, day and night. Under this hide of me, there's such a hungry yearning burning inside of me, and its torment won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you day and night, night and day.
The boys in the back room are yelling for an encore, Skin. They say they would like to hear you sing that song you made famous, and vice versa, back in your days with the late Hal Kemp.
Oh, you mean Got a Date with an Angel?
No other.
Well, by a very strange coincidence, all the boys in the band have that very number in the very next slot of their music racks.
Well, then let's hear all about that famous date of yours with that angel.
Got a date with an angel, got to meet her at 7. Got a date with an angel, I'm on my way to heaven. She's so lovely beside me, and whatever betide me, got an angel to guide me, so I'm on my way to heaven. Soon I lay the bells ring out, and the choir will sing out. When the pearly gates swing out, oh, she'll beckon to me. I've been waiting a lifetime for this evening at 7. Got a date with an angel, I'm on my way to heaven. Soon I let the bells ring out, and the choir will sing out. When the pearly gates swing out harsh, she'll beckon to me. I've been waiting a lifetime for this evening at 7. Got a date with an angel. I'm on my way to heaven.
Really great, Sken. Now, briefly, to the Department of Vital Statistics. First, where were you born?
Well, my hometown is Salisbury, North Carolina, and I guess that most anybody can tell from this voice that I'm from North Carolina.
I guess we can at that, Sken. Did you go to school in your home state?
Yeah, I did. My alma mater is the University of North Carolina.
Isn't that where you met Hal Kemp?
Yeah, Hal was my roommate there, and we organized a band there. I just naturally joined up with him as drummer, having been pretty hot stuff in the Salisbury Drum and Bugle Corps before I went to college.
Well, anyone else in the band back in those days that we might know?
Well, there was Saxy Dowell. He was later a band leader himself, and a young fellow by the name of John Scott Trotter's done all right, too.
He has as much trouble on the old KMH about his weight as you do with your lack of it.
He does it there, but you should have seen him back in the college days. Positively sylph-like.
That I find it hard to believe, Sken. I've seen him in person, and, brother, they're not kidding about that weight.
Well, that boy's eaten a steak or two in his life, believe me. See, there was another guy in school about that time. You might know he was a cheerleader down there, name of Kay Kaiser.
Kay Kaiser? He's still leading those cheers, too. That must have been quite a school.
Yeah, it was. But don't you think it's about time for another tune about now?
Right. How about that fine arrangement of yours of Ravel's Bolero?
No sooner asked for than played.
Sorry, gang, but we have to call it quits on Downbeat for today. Our guest band leader has been one of the finest guys in the business, Skinny Ennis.
Thank you, Harfield. So long, fellas.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Here it is, men. It's Downbeat. Gather round, all ye lovers of the sweet and solid, for another groovy session on the old Downbeat bandstand. Occupying the spotlight position today is another of America's most popular band leaders, Skinny Ennis. Welcome to Downbeat, Skin.
Well, thanks for the welcome, Matt. It's a pleasure to be here, and I think I have some tunes that'll make the gang mighty happy.
As for instance?
Well, as for instance, this arrangement on the mellow side of Just You, Just Me.
Well, hit it, Mr. E. Hit it. That really sent me, Skinny. They weren't playing like that back in the days when you first started out in the dance business.
No, they weren't. We were playing that collegiate jazz then, but we thought it was pretty hot stuff.
And it was, too. Say, that was back in the old Hal Kemp days, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's back in the days when we were roommates at the University of North Carolina. Hal formed the band, and I played drums in it.
And you went with his band in college and stayed with him after college, didn't you, Skin?
That's right. And those dozen or so years I spent with Hal saw a lot of changes in the band. We sort of grew up together.
And you really grew up into a terrific band, too.
Hey, speaking of terrific, I'd like to play something slightly on that side right now. It's called Holiday for Strings.
We'll take a 48 on that. Let's hear it. Wonderful, Skin. When did you form your own orchestra, by the way?
Well, I'd come out to Hollywood with Hal Kemp's band back in 1937. I was lucky enough to get in a picture called College Swing. After the picture, the band started back east, but I had to stick around for a while. One day I was playing golf with old Bob Hope, not a very famous Bob Hope in those days. He told me I was a sucker not to form my own band. He also said he might have a radio program of his own soon and might need a band.
So you took the advice of Mr. Hope and became a band leader.
Well, that I did. We opened at the Victor Hugo restaurant in Beverly Hills. When we were only 3 months old, Bob landed that radio show he had talked about, and true to his word, he gave my band the break of being the orchestra on the program. I think you know the rest. I've been with him ever since, except for one time. That was back in 1943 when...
Now, Judge, just a minute, Skin. I don't want to interrupt, but it's about time for you to sing on this show. And after that, we can get back to 1943.
Okay. I'd like to sing a very beautiful number, one of my favorites, called Star Eyes. Star eyes, that to me is what your eyes are. Soft as stars in April skies are. Tell me someday you'll fulfill their promise of a thrill. Star eyes, flashing eyes in which my hopes rise. Let me show you where my heart lies. Let me prove that it adores that loveliness of yours. All my life I felt content to stargaze at the skies. Now I only want to melt the stardust in your eyes. Star eyes, when if ever will my lips know if it's me for whom those eyes glow. It makes no difference where you are. Your eyes still hold my wishing star. Oh, star eyes, how lovely you are. Never will my lips know if it's me for whom those eyes glow. Makes no difference where you are. Your eyes still hold my wishing star. Oh, star eyes, how lovely you are.
Mighty pretty, Skin. Now back to 1943, though. What was it that happened then?
Well, then is when I amazed the radio audience. Bob Hope had made me into such a weak, undernourished, anemic character that no one thought I could pass the physical for the Army.
That's right, Skinny. We didn't think the blood bank had enough corpuscles to make you eligible.
Well, I was eligible. I didn't even have to draw on my account at the blood bank either. I went to the Army, and they finally made me director of the 360th Army Service Forces Band.
But you're back in those old civilian clothes again, I see.
Yeah, back at my old job in front of the band at the end of a lot of Mr. Hope's gags.
Two positions you play mighty well, Skin.
Well, the band would like to play right now. We have an arrangement whipped up of Cole Porter's Begin to Begin. Would you like to hear it?
You bet we would.
And here's the downbeat.
Really fine, Skin. And we want to thank you and your band for coming over today to the old Downbeat Bandstand as our special guest.
Well, thank you for inviting us. So long, fellas.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Here it is, men. Downbeat. Hiya, men. It's Downbeat time. The time when the old stand begins to rock and sway. So gather round and latch on to a mess of stuff all done up in sharps and flats. And here to slip you into the old groove nice and easy like is a sample of what's in store for you. Yes, sir, that's it, all right. The Powerhouse Band with vitamin A, Q, and Z. And right now, meet the man who handles the switch at the old Powerhouse, Stan Kenton. Welcome to Downbeat, Stan.
Well, thank you very much, John Tillman. It's a pleasure to take our places up here, and before we get started, I want to thank all the servicemen and women who were nice enough to ask for us. And since they asked for a bit of jam, we're starting right out with
The Russian Lullaby.
And don't turn out the lights, men, because it's strictly for the non-sleeping department. As a movie, Stan. And now, moving to the center of the bandstand is that curvaceous carrot top, Anita O'Day. Her song, Ride On. That was it, Anita. And now, Stan, what's in store for all us here now listening? Well, it's a grandpappy from way back, a tune called The Very Thought of You. You know, this oldie held up mighty fine under the many treatments it's been given, so we'd like to work it over once more. This time we'll put it in a romantic vein. Gene Howard vocalizes the vocal. The very thought of you
longing here for you. You'll never know how slow the moments go till I'm near to you. I see your face in every flower, your eyes inside the jar. It's just the thought of you, the very thought of you, my love.
Very easy to take, Stan. Now, what you got standing up in the number 4 spot? Well, John, my boy, in the number 4 spot, we've barbecued a little opus called number 7. Okay, Stan. I won't try to figure it out. I'll just listen. And here it comes, Stan Kenton's blockbusting version of number 7, aimed especially for all the gang at APO 255. Okay, Stan, roll us out that 7.
you made it the hard way.
Well, thank you, John. Now, here's one I'd like to try the easy way. It's an old show tune that's been running loose for the last couple of decades. You know, the boys and I would like to tie it up, give it a shine, and send it on its way again. Maybe you remember it. I know that you know.
Well, kick off, Stan, and we'll receive. Now, while Stan Kenton and his eager beavers glue together their horns, oboes, and piccolos, this is a mighty fine chance to squeeze in the righteous words. The old sanitarian, strictly fireproof downbeat bandstand is doing lots of business on the sunny side of the street. And its business is sending you the kind of tunes you want, dished up the way you want them. So, if you feel an urge for any special song or band, just grasp a pencil firmly in your writing hand and shoot it off to Downbeat, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. After that, it's up to us. I see while we've been making with the words that Anita O'Day has been making with the steps. And they've led her right up to the center of the stand. And from there she gives us In a Little Spanish Town.
In a little Spanish town was on a night like this. Stars were peekabooing down upon a night like this. She whispered, be true to me. And she sighed, see. Many moons have passed away, but still he's in her heart. Many moons have passed away, they're far more. She made a promise and sealed it with a kiss. In a little Spanish town was on a night like this. In a little Spanish town was on a night like this. There was romance around. Stars were peekabooing down upon a night like this. Baby, knock me a kiss. Then she whispered, be true to me, me, me. And she sighed, see, see. Many moons have passed away, but still he's in her heart. She's alone in the dark. Many moons have passed away, still they're far apart. Oh, let me tell you, mister, she made a promise and sealed it with a kiss. In a little Spanish town was on a night like this.
A ritty-ditty, Miss O'Day, and nicely backed up by Brother Kenton.
Well, you know, this time the band and I are strictly on our own, John. We'd like to throw out our idea of George Gershwin's Evergreen, The Man I Love. This ballad, you know, is on the torchy side, but we're going to throw the book away on this one as we give you Boots Mazzola with an alto saxophone. Just play it as it comes out, Boots. 1, 2, go.
around, man.
Well, I'm glad nobody fell off during that ride.
Yeah, we're all still here, okay? Now, how about something nice and soft to sort of ease us off, huh?
Very good, Mr. Tillman. You know, the men and I will take care of that department by lobbying in a slow ballad called Our Waltz. Gene Howard gives out on the words on this one.
And now, while the lights dim on the Downbeat bandstand, we want to let all the gang at FPO 165 know that this is beamed especially for them. Music, maestro.
Our waltz is music, fashioned in heaven. Angels composing to dance to. Our waltz is moonlight, trembling with kisses. Each note a heartbeat trembling with love. Angels were watching one day, and our love was their inspiration. Our waltz is springtime, filled with a promise never to fade with the time. Throw your joy in my heart, dear. Our waltz plays
Dreamy and creamy sad, and a very nice rendition from Gene Howard. But right now it looks to us as if the men in the band are itching to get back into the old groove.
Well, that being the case, John, we'll get them back with a bit of a bounce called Conversing with the Brain.
Okay, Stan, hit it. band, very smooth, very solid man. Now, fellas, hang on while Mr. Kenton crowds in an extra.
He would spend it on the pony. He would spend it on the girl. Buy his mother gin and roses for her poor old head of curls. But when his wife said, hey now, what did you get for me? He socked her in the chopper. Such a sweet, sweet guy was he. Yes, her tears flow like wine. Yes, her tears flow like wine. She's a real sad tomato. She's a busted Valentine. Told her mama, I told her that the man is trying to die. How he loved the old racehorses. He would bet them every day. One day he caught a winner, and the cabbage wasn't hay. He indulged in fancy spending, ordered rings, cars, and furs. But at last, the black, like a stab in the back, he found out they wasn't hers. And her tears flow like wine. Yes, her tears flow like wine. She's a real fat tomato. She's a busted Valentine. Told her mama, I told her that the man is Diamond Time. He got mixed up with Amazing. He got mixed up with the Flow. So Flow shoved him in the river. You're not getting mixed up no more. His wife then dressed herself in black. That showed a figure fine. Then she cussed him out. The two-faced guy, no insurance could she find. Yes, her tears flow like wine. Yes, her tears flow like wine. She's a real fat tomato. She's a busted Valentine. Told her mama and told her that the man is trying to die.
Me, the joint's still rocking, Stan. And old Downbeat wants to thank you, Stan Kenton, and Rita O'Day, and Gene Howard, and all your cats for a very mellow clam bake.
Well, thank you, John Tillman. You know, it was a lot of fun. And speaking for all of the bunch, it was a real privilege to sound off for the service people asked for us. And, you know, we appreciate the invitation.
You can be sure there'll be another one coming up soon, Stan. We'll have the place all fixed up and waiting for you. Now, till next time, so long, gang. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.